We do, Council President. We have 5.
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Good evening.
Oh, there goes our BA. No, she's coming in. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Is Ming ready? Yeah.
Yes,
Good
she's
evening,
here.
everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of Tuesday, October 26th. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of October 26, 2021 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson, President, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Good evening, I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Yes, present.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Present.
Thank you. Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render a prayer Minister Phyllis Riley, one of the secretaries of the Municipal Council's office, and also Honorable Maritza Dazzler, Council President, and Councilman at Large will lead us in the flag salute. Everyone, please rise for the prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Father God, we thank you for your presence in this place. We thank you, oh God, for your spirit is hovering over the city of Paterson and causing great shifts and turns and a change in direction that points to you. I declare that Paterson is rising from depression, oppression, and prostration in which greed and lawlessness on multiple levels have kept her bound. I declare that the ruins which have laid waste for years in the city of Paterson are being rebuilt, and the dismantled foundations are being raised up by the people with a heart like Nehemiah and those who you have strategically placed in positions of authority, influence, skill, and anointing. I declare that you, the sovereign Lord, are causing a reckoning for the evil deeds imposed upon this city. A great ushering in of your spirit has come, and you have planted a stake in the ground declaring, Paterson is mine. All the crookedness is being made straight and all the rough places are being smoothed. For you, God, decreed in 2 Thessalonians 1:6 that I will pay back trouble to those who troubled you. Thank you that your spirit of grace is being poured out upon all who diligently seek to understand and know you personally and practically, who discern and recognize your character, that you are Lord over Paterson and Lord over all. As your spirit moves over this city, causing great shifts and turns and a change in direction, I declare that in the realm of the spirit and the natural, the church and the government are aligning themselves together to form a more perfect union. That creation itself is groaning, and the trees are clapping their hands as it prepares to give birth to the manifestation of the sons of Pater, which is defined Father. All these things and more are contingent upon this. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves, pray, seek my face, turn from their evil ways, I will hear their prayers from heaven, I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. So let your glory, O God, fall in this city of Paterson, and let her adversaries be scattered. Let your kingdom reign and your plans and purposes be established in the city of Paterson and in the hearts of the people, this council, and the administration. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
United
flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, just remain standing for a minute for a moment of silence for our troops and all that have lost loved ones. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2021 to 2022. Meeting date October 26, 2021. Time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kiscader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and tap into Paterson in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
At this time, take a motion for payment of bills.
Just give me a minute. Payment of bills of October 26, 2021. We have total payments equaling $1,463,325.95. There was no payroll at this time.
Solid waste.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I have a question for the Finance Chair. I have $1,483,000.
You're correct. It's
300.
just- the number's a little small, that's why. It is.
Tiny, okay.
Yes.
So
it's
what,
1,483,000.
Madam Chair,
okay.
sorry, before,
So let me repeat the amount, $1,483,325.95.
Correct.
Thank
That's
you,
what I
Madam
have.
Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $1,483,325.95. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $1,483,325.95 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
You're
This time I'll
welcome.
take the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda? Yes. Sure. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. And all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 17 through 28. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Madam
Second.
President. Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Excuse me, Councilman Velez.
I'm sorry.
Velez and the Mims.
You guys are gonna have to excuse me. I'm
It's-
really off.
My voice is deep, that's why.
No, I'm sorry. It was moved by Councilman Velez, which is, I meant to say Velez, but I said Mendez. And second by Councilwoman Cotton.
No, it
Mims.
wasn't
It was
second.
Mims.
No, I think she has something
No,
else.
I heard Cotton. I heard,
No.
you,
I did not second.
Lord
I
have
said,
mercy.
Madam President,
second by Councilwoman Mims.
I want an item removed from consent agenda. That's what I was calling you for. Remove item number 26, please. No, 27 from consent agenda.
To vote
No, we can move it off consent agenda, that's all.
She wants it on regular.
Okay.
It is a discussion.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we have to read into the record, let the record reflect Councilwoman Cotton would like item 27 removed from the consent agenda into the non-consent.
Okay, so number 27.
So, roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on the consent agenda items 17 through 28 with the exception of item number 27, which will be voted on separately. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Corporation Council.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I want to pass for a minute.
Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Items 17 through 28 is hereby adopted with the exception of item number 27.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, can you please collect the public portion,
Public portion, sure.
the list for the public portion? At this time, council members, I'm going to open up the public portion. Madam Clerk, how many speakers?
Madam President, I have 8 speakers on
Okay.
here. Okay, you ready? Okay.
The public portion is now open.
Yes. Public portion is now open. Our first speaker is Ms. Martha Arisibiania. Ms.
She's
Martha?
probably in the ladies' room.
Okay. And
Second speaker?
I see there's a, is this Joseph Fulmore?
Dr.
I'm not
Fulmore.
sure. Is there Joseph?
Actually, Martha's here.
Pretty sorry I was outside.
That's okay.
So I'm here to talk about the, sorry, my name is Martha Lasivia. I'm a resident of the Fifth Ward. I am here to talk about the CSO problem that we have in the city of Paterson. The last time that I watched the meeting, I saw Councilman Al propose the fact that we have to do a sewer separation, and that is true. That is being mandated by the federal EPA, not the New Jersey EPA, the federal, so it's a must. If not, we get sued. So my question to you, when I came here 2 weeks ago with my petition to help me advocate to get federal funding to help with the long-term control plan that costs billions of dollars, especially the area that I live in, 19th Avenue. So Mendez, Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez is part of the 19th Avenue plan, and that cost, the city proposed for 2040 for that to be done or completed, $49 billion. So my question is, if there's federal money out to be had by the government, let's tap into it. Let's work together as a legislative body of 9 to bring awareness to our CSO problem. So the CSO problem is raw sewage that's coming back into our homes. If you're blessed not to have any raw sewage in your house, that's beautiful for you. But what about your bodega? What about your worship house? What about schools? Anywhere we go. We have some businesses on Presidential Boulevard that had 7 feet of raw sewage. This is a disease that grows into wherever it comes into. So we have to address this as a community because the community does not understand what is a CSO. You guys have the power to educate the community on sewer separation. Going forward, we have to work better together as a community. What the administration is proposing to do, it has to get done. It's federally mandated by the federal government. You want to get sued? You can't, like, Ruby Cotton, you can't kick the can anymore. It's here, and they mean business. The Clear Water Act mandates that we have clean water, and we do something. This region in the part of the United States, it's regional 2, so it's a very old system, over 200 years old. We can't blame any administration. This is way overdue. What else do I have? Okay, so it's full of diseases. So I emailed Joelle from the Board of Health regarding all the infections and the bacteria that it leaves behind in our properties, in our streets, that the community doesn't know about, or less alone be able to address it. So this is a health hazard. It's a financial hazard. It's a federal problem that we're being mandated to fix. So I don't want to pay more taxes to fix something that we could have money from the government if it's being handed out. Let's tap into it. Taxpayers should not pay for a sewer system that's falling apart and being mandated to get fixed. And the sewer bill, that's ridiculous, guys. You know, Mendez, you said when you agreed to this flat rate, oh, at least you'll know what you're gonna be paying. Yeah, I was paying $77, now I'm paying $256. Are you gonna pay the difference, buddy? No.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Dr. Fulmore.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam President, the City Council persons and staff, and certainly the community. It is indeed my pleasure at this particular age and time to stand before you to continue what might be called the struggle continues. As many of you might know, most African Americans, blacks, were denied the right to vote due to various processes. And I'm not going to repeat history because as it still exists today. And as I stand before you as a product of the Brown versus Board of Education, I still would say to all of us, let's execute our civic responsibility. The Souls to the Polls initiative actually came into being in Florida during the 1990s. But if you think 60 years ago, when I was about 7 or 8 years old, I used to wonder for my parents really what was souls to the polls, because every time we would go to church, we would talk about the souls being saved. But as you continue to grow, you realize that souls to the poll meant and continues to mean power. So on October the 31st, we would like for every citizen in the city of Paterson to exercise his or her right to vote, of course starting October 23rd and will end November the 31st. But as a point person for Calvary Baptist Church.
October, you said November 31st.
I'm sorry.
October 31st.
October 31st. Thank you, Madam President. That's youth for you, everybody. But on October 31st, we are going to march from East Side Park, where the gazebo is located, and we are going to march down to the Islamic Center, and we are going to do what?
Vote.
We are going to vote. As my friend shared with me just a few moments ago, he didn't know that he couldn't vote at his regular voting place. But I want the community to know that there are 2 early voting places. One is on McBride at the firehouse, and the other one is at the Islamic Center, which is located on East Side Park. And we are asking that you would come and support us. We're going to have a program in the beginning. And of course, there will be some of you who will be asked to have a word to say. And then we will form the line and we will march down to the Islamic Center. There will be food, barbecue, and etc. So therefore, if you have not had a chance to get a snack or something once you leave church on Sunday, we are going to provide for you some food or items that could take you, let's say, to the next moment of your time. So with that being said, one other point the Imam asked me to share with you is that once you enter the mosque, you may keep or remain your shoes. So therefore, feel comfortable, even though culture has different practices, but he told me to make sure that I say that, and so therefore I think my time is up. Thank you, and I will see you on Sunday, October the what?
31st.
Thank you.
What time? What time?
2 p.m., but if you were to get there at 1:30, that would be sufficient because we have a program
That's if we get out
planned.
of church early.
That is correct.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fulmer.
And have a great evening.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Rafael Garcia. Rafael and I think George Mejia, both of them signed in the same spot.
No.
Not here.
No. Next speaker.
Wahid Azad.
Chapone. Welcome. It's so nice to see you.
Nice to see all of you guys too. Good evening, council members, council president, community members.
Name and address for the name and address for the record.
My name is Wahid Azad, 331 Rossiter Avenue in Paterson, New Jersey. So basically, I'm here today because I have a few issues with my street. So I live on a dead-end street. I'm the last house on the hill, and a lot of stuff happens up there late nights. And with my cameras, I have a 360 view camera on my house, which captures everything around. A lot of drug exchanges happen there. I called Paterson Police numerous times, but unfortunately, I was told that there is no police officers in the second ward after 10 p.m. That's what I was told.
Wow.
So, 331. So, it's always after 11 o'clock. You always see cars backed up in there. And so, that's one. Second thing is, I have power outages there. I have live wires still hanging right now in front of my house. I called the fire department one time. They came and they cut off the cable wires that they could, but nobody came to fix it or nothing. There's wires still hanging. A couple weeks ago, a garbage truck ripped live wires too, and it's still there. That's by DPW. And one of the biggest situations that I have is that it's a dead-end street, and last year I actually had somebody put up a dead-end sign at the beginning of the block on Chatham, but for some reason people still are not, I guess, used to the fact that it's a dead end. So they'll come all the way up and they'll turn into my driveway. I had a few times where cars did hit my property, damage my property, but I never claimed it because I was about to repair them anyway. But now that I am repairing it, I don't want that situation. So I was hoping if there was something that we could do, like put flashing lights, like where they do to inform people that not to keep coming up there, because a lot of people in that area have the same situation. Every week we actually do have a car accident there. Because it's a steep hill, and people that don't know the area, when they try to turn and back up, they hit either a vehicle, which happened last week, a very, very bad accident last week where teenagers were actually hurt in the vehicle. And it happens every week. There's people that don't know the area, they come up in the street and they either hit somebody's property, a vehicle, or they get hurt. So I was hoping that there was something that we could do. And something else happened, probably speak to you guys privately on that, but hopefully we could take care of that part first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam BA, Director Spezial, you got the information. Okay, good. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Elvis Durham.
Mr. Elvis Durham, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Today I don't have my notes, but I came up here today to explain myself. See, one of the councilmen is not here, but I'm gonna go ahead. Just want y'all to know I don't have no problem with none of y'all. I respect all of y'all. I know y'all have a job to do. I know y'all love y'all job. Even with the mayor, I respect the mayor. Don't got no beef with nobody, you know? But, at the end of the day, Paterson, New Jersey, if this is not truth, you need to take it off the website. Paterson, New Jersey is the third largest city in the state of New Jersey, correct? Okay. City council at large elections coming up. Mayor elections coming up. Y'all been in them seats for almost 4 years, correct? And I respect all three of y'all. I even respect the mayor. I test him every day. Paterson, New Jersey have problems, have issues. We don't have, first of all, we don't have no recreation center building. Mind you, this is the third largest city in New Jersey. No bowling alley, no skating rink. And another thing, we got drug addicts in the downtown area. When I was a kid, it wasn't none of this. In other cities, they don't allow, you don't have that. You got shooting every other day. And some of y'all, I respect y'all. Listen to me for a minute. Some of y'all running for mayor, right? Y'all want to know how can we handle the shooting? I'm gonna tell y'all, bring jobs. Do you know why is shooting going on? It's territory. Some of this problem is coming from drug territory. They trying to make money to feed their family. But the city of Paterson is giving Floria, I respect the man Floria, but y'all giving him all these property instead of letting other companies get a chance to build jobs. How many apartment buildings we need? Tell me. And I know y'all love y'all job. Y'all want them votes, right? Well, people need jobs. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. We don't even have a performing arts center, an entertainment center. And this city is known for entertainment in the Spanish community and in the African American community. African American community, we got to use church buildings to bring a gospel concert. And Lisa Mims, Councilwoman, you are part of the biggest musical family in New Jersey. You was in Eastside Band.
Thank you for highlighting my accomplishments.
Yeah. I'm just saying, all of y'all, we need to do better. When I say we work together. Work together. And it's not about ego and about anybody, what they did. It's about fixing up this city. And Louis Velez, you in the 5th Ward. Fifth Ward, that's one of the wards that's known for entertainment in the Spanish community.
We do good.
Elvis?
Yes.
Florio is buying up everything.
I'm
Elvis?
not gonna go there.
Oh yeah, cause you live in one of his property.
Mr.
Point
Durham?
of order on
I'm
that.
finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
What happened?
Mr. Durham?
Have a nice day.
Mr. Durham?
Yeah, have a nice day, too. Okay. I didn't came to disrespect nobody.
Mr. Durham?
But Council President, he came that way. I respect Louis Velez, but I'm not gonna have nobody disrespect him just because you a council person. Because at the end of the day,
Okay.
I got a clean record. I can have your.
Mr. Durham? Mr. Durham, thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Joel Keys.
Joel Keys Jr., 29 North 6, Paterson. My speech tonight is a continuation from last week. We want to bring democracy to Paterson. In 1963, Malcolm X explained that African Americans voted for the Republican Party for 71 years. The year 2021 marks 85 years supporting the Democrats. That's 156 years believing that there's a difference between the two. Well, not everybody believed that. In 1903, Dr. W.B. Du Bois disagreed with Booker T. Washington on the issue of voting, and it was Dr. Du Bois's position that African Americans needed to vote. And so he voted in every election up until 1956, at which point he decided, quote, in 1956, I should not go to the polls. I believe democracy has so far disappeared in the United States. No two evils exist. There's but one evil party with two names, unquote. In correspondence with Dr. Du Bois's assessment about a one-party system, in 1964, Malcolm X asserts, quote, they're playing a political con game. You know how it goes. One of them come to you and pretends that he's for you, and he's working in cahoots with the other one that's not for you. Why? Because neither one of them are for you, but they got to get you to go along with one of them or the other, unquote. In an interview in 2008, political analyst Noam Chomsky confirms, quote, in the U.S., there's basically one party, the business party. It has two factions called Democrats and Republicans, which are somewhat different but carry out variations on the same policies, unquote. He called it the business party, and that's tantamount to calling it corporate imperialism. My introduction to the concept of corporate imperialism occurred many years ago, and it came through statements made by several of the founding fathers of the United States. They had just overthrown the corporate imperialism in Great Britain, and they did it by way of a bloody revolution. So their statements of advice to the people all contain violent recommendations. I'm going to read quotes from George Washington and Patrick Henry, but before I do, I want to point out a couple of things. First, we the people already missed the boat on the suggestions the founding fathers of the United States made back in 1776, and you'll see what I mean after I read these quotes. Also, I'm hoping they are wrong and that we can bring democracy to Paterson through mobilizing and organizing, or organizing and mobilizing the people. Here's what George Washington said, quote, the people should be more heavily armed than any who might attempt to abuse them, which would include their own government, unquote. And speaking about democracy, Patrick Henry added, quote, unfortunately, nothing will preserve it but downright force. Whenever you give up that force, you are ruined, unquote. So there will be no confusion. I want to be very clear that this movement is not exclusive to African Americans. This is a movement for every ethnicity represented in the city of Paterson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. G. Greer. Mr. G. Not here? Right here.
Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Taking my picture, Councilman? Thank you. I know it's been a while since I've been here.
I send it back to
For
you.
the record, my name is G. Greer, resident of this great city of Paterson. Just need to take out my little scribble scrabble. I want to talk about First of all, how you ladies and gentlemen doing?
Very
I
good.
think this is my first time addressing this governing body with the new business administrator and corporation counsel who may not know me but probably heard of me. Real quick, first thing I want to talk about is number one on my list is the planning board. When are they going to return back to the council chambers so the residents can have that face-to-face contact with them?
They're not meeting in person?
Yeah, they
I'm
still, yeah, they virtual. The second thing I want to talk about is a park that's that's so dear to me in business administrator. Hopefully you can help me out with this. I have sent a number of emails to the mayor, councilwoman of the 4th Ward. There's a pipe that burst. The water's been running for 3 years. I did a Facebook Live today because I'm so frustrated. Like, who's paying that bill? Is that water bill split among the homeowners in that area, or is that bill on the taxpayers? That's something that needs to be addressed. The second thing in the park, DPW cut down a tree. Yes, Barber's Park. DPW cut down a tree, and we so thankful that they cut down that limb. But in cutting down the tree, the limb fell onto the fence for the playground area. The pipe is actually sticking up. God forbid if one of those kids go over there and injure themselves. So if we can address those, and also there's a park bench in there that was donated by our awesome Passaic County Sheriff Department. One of those tables in there is like leaning up on a tree because the leg is broke. If we can get that table out of there, God forbid if it falls on the kid and injure themselves. The third thing is a vacant house, and I sent this to the Paterson app. There's a vacant house at 280 Hamilton Ave. The residents over there have been chasing the squatters out of there every single day. I personally went in this house, chased them out the basement. They're already done cut the pipes out. There's a loud noise in there, and all of this is on the Paterson app. Paterson has not responded to this property at all. The fourth thing on my list, and Councilwoman Cotton, I sent this to you, and I believe that you were on top of it. There's a fire hydrant. There was a bad fire right a couple days ago on Lafayette Street. While our brave firefighters were trying to put out this fire, water was coming out the base of the fire hydrant and losing so much pressure in fighting this fire. That fire hydrant is located on Rosa Parks Boulevard and Lafayette Street. My fifth item is Eastside Park / Westside Park. I don't know what happened with that. I believe you guys tabled that. You need more information. But I'm here to say, I invite all of you guys and ladies, let's do a tour of both of these parks. Let's go look at them. Let's take a real good look at them. I was just in Garfield Brook Park. People from Paterson chose that park to get married in because it was nice. And of course, they hired me as their photographer. And the park is beautiful.
It's a county park.
Right, but from what I understand, the county wants to do Eastside Park and Westside Park the same way.
Yes.
It's a win-win for the community. Really, it is. It's a win-win. But I'm going to leave that up to you guys. My last thing is, and I also heard the bell, is Route 4. I call it Route 4. You know how when you go on up Broadway into Eastside Park? Take a ride there tomorrow. The weeds is higher than the cement barriers. Someone from Elmwood Park brought it to my attention as a joke. It's not a joke to me. I mean, I'm born and raised in Paterson. 20 minutes. Send someone out there to take care of it.
That was reported
Thank
2
you.
weeks ago, right?
Those are the items that I wanted to bring forth tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, keep doing what y'all doing. But Barber's Park, real quick, Council President, I remember getting a call about Barber's Park. They said the governor was coming. I said, why is he coming to Barber's Park? Because we want to highlight the park that occupied Barber Park residents took back. The governor came there, did a whole speech. The congressmen, the assembly folks really highlight the park. We just asking for some basic service. You're spending all this money on all these other parks. Here's the park that a dime has not been spent under this administration. Not one dime. And prove me wrong. There's 12 of us that took back this park. I don't know if the business administrator know this, but we took back this park. We fought the drug dealers. We asked Mayor Jane Ram at that time, and she put a fence up around this park. I wish BZL was still here, because right now, you can go there, there's probably about 20 folks on the steps shooting up. They should have extended that fence to come all the way down. But you know what? We keep working, we keep pushing. We just asking Mayor Andre Sayer and his administration to pour some money into this park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Frances Harrison.
Frances Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Frances
evening.
Harrison, 302 East 41st Street. And it's funny that G has his list, and those of us who are willing to come down here and speak, we got a list. This city got a lot of stuff going on that it needs to be addressed. My one thing, I'm gonna start with my number one. My number one is about the cannabis veto that the mayor decided to bring back to the city. And I see that there's something on the agenda tonight about some type of enforcement. Please, not enforcement, what was the?
It's an amendment.
It's amending, okay, amendment. Amendment. I'm hoping that, I'm looking at this ordinance. It's $50 fine. I hope when you decide to do something about it, that you really flush out all of the stuff that they're going to be allowed to bring to the city with the cannabis. I understand that you're able to put a facility or dispensary, that's what they're called, within 200 feet of a school. There's an ordinance to say that you can't have drugs 1,000 feet from the school. So I'm asking that you take time and flush out all the things that pertain to this cannabis, bringing it to the city. We're already known as the heroin capital of the East Coast. Now we're going to be, just come and get it, do whatever you want. That's number one. Number two is 21st Ave. 2017, they were mandated by the federal government to take care of some of the issues on 17, on 20 West Railway, 2nd Avenue, Linwood, Sherwood. My concern is now, 2017 to 2021, here we go again, Paterson, afraid to lose the money that was delegated, and this is a mandate. So now we're at doomsday again, and hurry up and do something. So we're looking at the entire city as what's going on with the flooding and the CSO and all this other stuff. We seem to be a city that waits for mandates before we can do anything. And mandates does not mean we have to accept what's brought to us. Mandate means that now you're at doomsday, and now put your feet to the fire and make the changes that benefit the city. Not just what's being brought in. That's number two. Number three, I spoke about the cannabis. That was my number one, the veto. The other thing is Broadway. This city is so filthy. Route 4, Broadway, Martin Luther King, whatever you want to call it. It is our interest to this city. It's filthy, filthy, filthy. Eastside neighborhood is going to have a cleanup on November the 13th at 10 o'clock, and we're going to start at that Broadway sign. We're going to clean up that area, shape up the Paterson name, and plant probably 200 daffodils. Anybody who is interested, please come out and help us. But I'm asking you guys, as the legislation and as the administration, Let's work together for this city. This city is in dire need of a flush out, an enema. Thank you. 10
Thank you.
o'clock, as I said, 10 o'clock, Eastside Park, November 13th.
Okay,
Eastside Neighborhood Association will be out there working.
okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Madam President, at this time, we'll entertain a motion to close. There are no
So
more
moved.
speakers.
Second.
Move to close the public portion by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Mendez and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of October 26, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So to address some of the concerns that we just heard, so G. Greer, it's no secret, I support making Eastside Park and Westside Park part of the county park system. I've been on this council for 3 years. Those parks have been neglected, not in 10 years, not in 20 years, in the past 30 years, past my lifetime. I can't imagine seeing how long it took for those parks to be that way. I'm similar to what's been out there. We're investing money in parks when the county could be handling it and moving that money into the hard work and efforts that you guys have done in Barber Park and our smaller parks. We are the only big city in the state of New Jersey out of the top 10 cities that does not have a county park system. Newark has 7. Jersey City has 4. East Orange has a golf course that the county runs. And I asked this question. We're going to agree to disagree. I'll go on this, and as long as I'm on this council, I'll continue pushing this until my colleagues either agree or the public understands. If you live in the area, why do you care who is maintaining the park as long as it's safe, clean, and in a great environment for the kids? As long as the details state that Paterson gets first dibs on the park, what do we care? When you drive along Market Street on Main Street, when they plow that road, do you say, oh, that's a county road? We don't ask that. We ask for top-notch services. This is a strategic way for all the buildings that don't pay taxes that the county has in the city of Paterson. This is a way to capture and claw back some of that money for the residents in the city of Paterson. I'm adamant about this. I'm passionate about this because just like you, I have to go to different towns to walk in the parks. And when I started this conversation with Commissioner Best, it was because I used to go to Brookdale Park during the pandemic. My wife and I would walk, I'll see the houses lined up along Brookdale Park, and I said to myself, wow, this is just like Eastside Park, but completely different when you go through those two towns. So I hope I would actually sponsor the breakfast for this council to go to Gopher Park, and we'll do a nice 5K walk. I'll pick up the breakfast, and we'll do the same thing at Eastside Park, and we'll take notes. I'll pull out my teacher hat. We'll do a compare and contrast, and we'll see the difference. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Councilman. Cotton, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote yes, I want to say to Martha and to Ms. Harris, thank you for bringing up the CSO. My concern is that if we're not following the guidelines that's outlined it, certain streets are not in this guideline yet. And first of all, the federal government is not giving us no money. We're partnership with the city of Newark and the city of Jersey City because they suffer what we suffered, combined sewer. And so we're trying to merge together of getting funding on how we're gonna get at least some of this done. You said year 2040. I know I'm not gonna be here in 2040. I hope I am, but I know I will not be. So that's why my concern is, let's follow what was written by the state of New Jersey, the DEP for the United States of America, and why not follow that guideline and say, these are the streets that we need to get done. I also wanna say to Roger, of course, you know, I've been on Barber Park from day one. I sat my butt in Barber Park waiting for things to get done. I sat there for hours, hours and hours, just to see for things that needed to get done. And I said to, and I want to say again to the administration, the sheriff department has been in contact because they donated the tables to us. I'm still waiting for them to replace those tables and pick up the old tables. I'm waiting for that. With the fire hydrant, we still, I called the fire department today and they're gonna fix it. To me, it's a gasket that's not tightened up, and that's why the water was leaking. But I do want to say to Dr. Fulmore with the soul to the polls, let me tell you something. This past weekend for me has been extraordinary. When I had the opportunity to sit in a room with Congressman James Clyburn out of South Carolina, and he's telling us, you can sit down here if you want and don't vote in the state of New Jersey. You're gonna see what you're gonna get when we got 4 years ago, before Murphy got there, what we had to go through. And to see a congressman to come all the way up to New Jersey to tell us that we need to vote and make sure we vote. And I want to say to everyone out there too, that we must continue, and Madam BA, you got my request, and Roger, that water been leaking for 2 years. Madam BA, that water been leaking for 2 years. There's no reason why for 2 years that water has to be leaking for 2 years.
Okay.
Regardless of how much it costs to fix it. It needs to get fixed. And I want to say, Roger, thank you for coming down to point out some of the stuff to the gentleman right there. I hear what you're saying about different things, but there's different things in our lives that I've seen in my life that we must still do certain things. And when I see people like James Clyburn coming here, when I see people like Larry Ham coming here and they telling us what we need to do, we better listen to them folks out there that's telling us what we need to do. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do agree with my council colleague from the 6th Ward, but still, I have to see the shared services agreement from the county. And saying that I'm going to leave it as it is for now, let's look at the shared services agreement and then we'll move forward. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, I definitely need to address some of the comment from some of the speakers. And I would like to start by the comment that Francis Harrison made about the situation that we have in the Third Ward, especially with the floating area, the CSO situation that we're facing on 19th Avenue. We understand that 21st Avenue has been mandated by the federal government and it have to be done. But 19th Avenue is still on the list. It's on the state list that have to be done. And I just want to share this with all the residents of the city of Paterson and to all my Third Ward residents living on 19th Avenue, 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue, East 34, East 35th, East 33rd. It's a nightmare. People, they're afraid. Every time there's a little bit of rain, we got what they get water into the basement, toilet, everything is getting messed up inside those properties. They losing furniture. Every time we have a little bit of rain, they losing the cars because the flooding is just out of control. Something have to be done, and this is a 911 emergency on that area. Because I invite you to pass by there once you see a little bit of rain, pass by. I was around there last night until late night, and I was praying that, and thank God we didn't have that much water, that much rain, but something have to be done about this, Madam BA. I know we have a long-term plan with the CSO and the 19th Avenue corridor, but it's going to be my recommendation, and I will put this on writing, Madam BA, that we get some of the funding that we get from the $63 million and find a way to address that specific area. Because I invite my colleague to take a look at the problem, take a look at that section and how people losing furniture and everything every time it rains. It's just it's heartbreaking what we see there. And I'm looking forward to have that conversation with the administration and get the job done. And now waiting until this long-term plan and waiting for state funding and federal funding to take care of our Patersonian. Brother G, I've been having conversation with some elected official about this agreement by just passing the park, Eastside Park into the county. I have a conversation with TJ Bass, and tomorrow I'm gonna have my town hall meeting, and I invite you to participate. We're gonna have that dialogue. I'm having conversation with all my Third Ward residents. We have to keep in mind one thing, and it's that Eastside Park is part of that historic district. Eastside Park is part of Paterson. When you talk about Eastside Park, you're not talking about any other park. You're not talking about a regular park. You're talking about Paterson history.
And I do agree having a shared services agreement. And what really break my heart is
Councilman?
that we could get the funding to fix the park. We could apply for open space money to use the park. The same money that the county is going to use it to fix the park, the administration could definitely apply and plug funding onto that park. DPW is inside
Councilman
Eastside Park.
Councilman.
Madam President, can I finish?
Council, the time is up. You realize.
Can
that
you
we have-
allow me to give an addition a minute?
Can you please wrap up?
I will, thank you. Eastside Park, the amount of money that we could use, we could apply for the open space funding that is sitting there for us to fix the park. It's just heartbreaking for me that we have to take this route because the Eastside Park has been neglected and it's unresponsible having DPW inside the park and having the park looking in that condition. I don't blame Councilman Abdelaziz for his plan. I'm open to have a dialogue with my third ward resident. I'm the councilman of the third ward. Eastside Park is in the third ward, and it's very close to me because the history of that park is connected with the history of the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So just quickly, there was a plan that was approved through this council for CSO. There's a water bill under the New Jersey Waterways. I think it would be advantageous for everyone to read that bill, and that's why that plan was presented to this council. Souls to the polls, Dr. Fulmore, thank you for that. Today, my 18-year-old voted for the very first time, and for this election, I got 350 18-year-olds registered, and they will be voting for the very first time. So I'm super excited. I'm glad the director spoke with Mr. Azul. I want to say publicly, which I have said privately, I really respect all of the passion that Elvis has for this community. I've known him for a very long time, highly respect him, and love him. Let's work together. I'm with you. Everything that you talk about and have issues with, we all have the issues, and I am in total agreement with you, with no qualms about it. So let's work together. Look, I'll meet you downtown Paterson, and we'll go and have a salad at one of my favorite spots, and we can have a conversation, and I'll pay for it. To you, thanks for coming. Mr. North Six, thank you for continuously coming and speaking truth to power. To G, I know you're adamant. I sent a text when you talked about the picnic table, so making arrangements for them to pick it up and replace it or whatever they need to do for the table. That was done in the park because they were listening. So for that. Ms. Francis, you're always passionate. Thank you so much for coming and saying what's necessary. Let me just say this as the time is winding in. I have not made a yes or no decision regarding the parks. So I want to clear the rumor in the air that MIMS is against. MIMS has not spoken to anyone. No one has given plans to MIMS. MIMS has not seen anything. But I want to put this on the record. Passaic County encompasses 16 municipalities with approximately 600,000 people. So before MIMS makes a decision, I want to see what the language states. I want to make sure that Paterson is not left to the sideline because it sounds like a good idea. And I'm also a person of history, to make sure that our history is not lost. I also want to make sure that those entities that are housed inside of these locations are not going to lose their jobs or lose the community partnerships that we already have in place. So I just wanted to clear the rumor mill. MIMS has not said yes or no. MIMS has never been in the conversation. No one invited MIMS to the table, but MIMS is definitely going to build her own table, and when it's presented to me, I will have a community forum as I do with everything else with the public. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So real quick, I want to touch upon the park situation, right? I don't know what we're thinking here. The park is not going anywhere. The park is going to remain in the same place that it's always been. We're not moving it. It's not being moved somewhere else. I don't know if you recall, I think I was the only one who voted against it at the time because I thought it was embarrassing that a town, I think it was Elmwood Park, offered the city of Paterson $40,000 for us to patrol our own parks. I saw that as a slap in the face. Everyone, well, I wouldn't say everyone, a lot of people here celebrated like it was a big accomplishment because a town was giving us $40,000. I think that was an embarrassment. A job as a city, third largest city with a $300+ million budget. And you have to have another town pay us to patrol our own park. So we're talking about open space. Before we open our mouth and talk about open space, do you know how much money is actually available in open space? You can't even finish a tennis court with the money that's offered in open space. That's all you could probably get. And even if we get, let's say we get $20 million, you put $20 million in the park, it's not about the improvement, it's about the maintenance of the park. It's about the maintenance. I was the first one who played in the Larry Doby baseball field. It took a week for our workers to mess up the infield. Literally messed it up. So it's a no-brainer. When I got elected, I said, you know what? My time here, I want to make sure we do things differently. Everything's not about politics. A lot of times I say and do things that are not politically driven, and I get criticized by the political people. But I didn't get elected here to just make decisions based on politics and things that are just going to get me votes. I got elected to try to do the right thing for the city and for the residents. Now, something that the job, I don't know if you know what the job of the sheriff department is. The job of the sheriff department is not to patrol our streets. They have patrol cars, but the job of the sheriff department is to patrol the parks, the county buildings, and the courts, right? And we have a jail. We have failed to patrol our own parks. The county has the resources that we don't have in this city to put into our parks. If we miss this opportunity, we're never going to see Eastside Park. We're never going to see Eastside Park full potential. We're never going to say, and I could say that responsibly, we're not. We're not. You got to understand, when we do a single field, it costs over $1 million just to do a softball field. I know, I'm going to wrap it up. I just, I've never spoke about this issue before, but I just hate that politics.
It's not on the agenda, so that's why.
But politics get in the way of us doing the right thing, and we got to cut it out. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So I'm the last one here. I'm trying to not repeat. My colleagues has good points, and let's move forward. CSO is a federal mandate, Martha, and we have been having conversation almost 3 years in the DPW committee with the engineer Fred. Madam BA, take notes. Jersey City, Newark, and Paterson are the only one to qualify to fill an application to receive federal money, okay, to avoid to go bonding or after the taxpayers. So, let's pay attention on that. And if we go with the plan, I think 19th Avenue should be done first. The other topic that I took from the gentleman that came forward, Madam BA, other cities surrounding us had sued Verizon, Optimum Line, and everybody that has wires beneath of the electrical wire to come and clear all those poles. And they have done. They went to Clifton, utility company installed, they take the old cable. It's a shame that all our poles are full of wires hanging. So if we demand them to do it, as other city had done it, they come down and we'll do it the same thing and treat us as class 1 as they treat other city. Elvis Durham, we love you, and don't think that we have something against you. We do really love you. But when people come with statements that are not factual, and one of the things I had to clear, and probably Councilwoman Davila will agree with me, other council members, we don't give nothing at all to any developer in the city of Paterson. Nothing. Nothing. We don't vote to give them lands. We don't vote to go out and bid for them. Nothing. They are their own participant to bid for their own property and whatever they want to do. But one thing I have to say, and wrapping up, is The developer that he mentioned, 70% of the employees are from Paterson. Everything that he spent for construction, he buy it from Paterson. And 80% of everything community environment he does, he give it back to Paterson. And a lot of us, well, not me, but a lot of us, to speak in general, visit his office when there's any activities out there in the community, and he always say yes to Paterson. So before you attack somebody, he's not the only developer here in Paterson. We have more than 10, 50 individuals that you probably know, that I know, that also go through the same process and rebuild the 4th, the 5th, and the 1st Ward. Last but not least, Madam Broadway, Madam BA, Broadway and Route 4. The directors and street and roads knows about these situations when I came back from vacation and still have not been done. So it's an old item that's been there and it still needs to be addressed. So saying that, Council President, G. Greer, yes, I took the picture to send it to you on your phone. I love you too. Thank you for the Yankee hat. God bless you. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Cannabis. Wait.
Cannabis, we will have a discussion, but it's in vote 1. But it's good for the community. What I put forward. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Now, Mrs. Francis, you know you can't be speaking out loud like that. So, I'm not going to speak to every person that came up here. I appreciate you coming and informing us of some of the things that we may or may not know, right? I think a lot of this, Madam BA, you heard today, which is very important. Okay, the CSOs are very important, and I actually do want you to address once I vote. And obviously, all of the things that Mr. Greer mentioned. You know, they come before us, and I know when you come here, it's because you're fed up, like you're tired of it, right? And so, with that said, you know, let us not come to next week's meeting and the same individuals come back with the same situation, okay? I did want to mention just briefly, and the reason I was trying, you know, some of my council members, you know, and for those that maybe it's your first time here, there's a limit. Just like there's a limit for you to speak, there's a limit on the council side as well when we're closing the public portion. This is not a workshop where we're going to extend for hours. We have an agenda in place. And so when you have some of my colleagues, and I'm calling on them, is for them to wrap up. It's not me being rude. But unfortunately, some of my colleagues become rude, and that is not nice because the public is watching that and not understanding what's going on. We must keep order on this council. We want to address each one of you, but each one of us here starts addressing each individual person with the same thing. I would say let's give each other numbers out and we can have further discussions. There was one last thing I did want to make a mention, and the reason I was saying about the parks, it's not on the agenda yet. There was some conversation. I as well, Councilwoman Mims, nobody invited me to the table neither. There's no side conversations. This was just a quick conversation that was had with the administration and with the county, but I believe they haven't even gotten all their paperwork together. And I agree with Councilman Kalik. I want to see what's in there. I want to see, once we move forward, you know, I want to make sure that the city still has the first priority. But I'm in agreement. I'm almost a yes, but not a yes completely because I must see more information. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion of the regular meeting of October 26, 2021 is hereby closed.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Madam B, if you could just quickly, because I'd like to convene with the agenda.
Thank you, Council President. And yes, thank you for all the speakers. I have taken notes from the items tonight, but I wanted to just quickly address the CSO. And I know Martha and I had been in conversation last week. It's as if there are two different things, and I know Councilwoman Cotton
Martha
and
Francis. Martha and Francis. She's addressing the CSO. No. I want you to hear what she says. She's addressing your concern.
Yes, and because I know there's a lot of interest in tackling 19th Ave in particular, and a lot of the conversations, and especially the recent storms. And so it's not that that is not on the priority list, it certainly is. The first group of items, including item number 27, are related to from a few years ago, before the long-term control plan was finalized, before we had this listing, there were other CSO items that needed to be addressed first that we fell under a consent decree that we had to address. And so we did the first couple ones the last few years. We came back and we got an extension for the consent decree, and that's what we're tackling now. And so we do need to move forward with those. For the long-term control plan, as Martha was saying, there is going to be this massive lobbying effort by all the community members who are part of the Passaic Valley Sewage Commission. And when you look at our commitment for what needs to be done in Paterson, like we said, the 19th Ave, we're talking about almost $50 million, 49.9 is part of the estimate. We're looking at a sewer separation at PTO 23, which is 8.9 million. We're talking about a green infrastructure project of 29.3 and a storage tank also as part of this long-term control plan of 33.7. That brings our overall, just through these 4 projects, to 121 million. The entire region, everybody who's involved in this, and this includes towns like Bayonne and East Newark, we mentioned Jersey City and Newark, in addition to the Passaic Valley Sewage Commission, we're looking at $1.2 billion. And so this is something that's going to have to be done as a regional effort with massive lobbying efforts to Washington and especially with the Biden administration, their commitment to infrastructure. We feel like the time is now.
Okay.
Patterson is all in on that.
Okay.
And we're going to be looking to the council too to have an MOU so that we can work with these groups together and make that commitment.
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much, Madam BA. All right, so let us resume. I do see here we have our director, so I'm going to be kind to her so she can go home since she's been working all day. Director, I'm speaking about you. Our housing director, yes.
Honorable.
So I'm going to, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to take items 37 and 38.
Sure, Madam President.
Items 37 and 38, the resolution endorsing housing need for 124 units. And
Next item on the agenda is our non-consent agenda item. Item number 37. Resolution endorsing housing need for 134-unit Christopher Hope Townhouse renovation project by Christopher Associates 2020 LLC, statutory agency, Resolution 21581.
So move.
Second.
moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 37.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 37 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So before I vote, Madam Director, I think I made myself very clear of how I feel about the conditions in the senior housing in my ward. I usually don't speak a lot when I'm on this council unless I'm adamant and passionate about a certain issue. And at Mazziello, it's needed. And at the last meeting, you gave me a commitment. You gave me a commitment that you and your board are going to look into and have plans ready to renovate the 188 units on Atlantic Street. So with that being said, I'm going to hold you to that. Well, yes, no, it's not rebuttal, and we had this conversation, and I appreciate that commitment, and I'm here to work with you. I want to make it very, very clear that I'm here to work with you. I go hard for my residents in the 6th Ward and my seniors that are there, and it's needed. And I appreciate your commitment. I'm there to lend a hand so we can get this done together. And with that being said, I'm going to support this because I'm not going to be the person that's going to block updated and renovated units for the resident city of Paterson. But I want to put that on the record. You gave that commitment, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director, I spoke many times. I done said what I needed to say. Many organizations come before us and ask us for support because to go in front of the FMB, the Fair Housing Mortgage, they're not giving out money unless the city is in support of a project. I'm not giving you $20, $30 million unless you're in support of a project. We've done it for many organizations and and there's some people here that do not go before the board to ask for money. But in order to bring affordable here, you have to go before Housing Board, the federal government, to get money in order to build these projects, to make it affordable. Otherwise, it would be market rate. So I've said what I've said so many times, I just can't keep repeating what I said. I don't want a person to come back here and say, you voted. It's about being fair to everyone. It's about all our residents that needs their apartments to be upgraded. If there's things that need to be changed, it comes from the top level, like the federal government and the state. That needs to be changed to some of those items. This is very important, and I can say that being with the Housing Authority, not me, but my husband, that federal housing spend millions and billions of dollars renovating and renovating and renovating. And finally they said, you know what, we can't keep doing this. We need to come up with something. And some of these projects they come up with has been really nice, like the Heritage House, the Criswell Hope. They're really nice townhouses that what people need to live in. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our priority is in the wrong place. Before I show my support for an outside profitable developer, we need to take care of our home first. Our housing authority is city entity. Before I show support for the house, like I said, for an outside developer, we need to take care of our home first, which is not being done. And I don't have a good faith in housing authority. They're saying they will do the Macielo and the other housing projects that we have in the city. I want to see them get done first. Then it would have been easy for me to support this entity. I stay with my word. What I say is what I mean. My vote is no.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was very vocal and I expressed, my position, my strong position about this project. In those 134 units at Christopher Hope, there's Paterson resident. Our senior live there. They're the one, and they're Patersonian. So if we, by us renovating this complex, we're gonna make their life much better. Their quality of life is gonna definitely change it because this building, it have not been renovated in 20 years. I'm in full support of this project. And let me just say two reasons why. Number one, this developer, he's not asking the city of Paterson for any tax abatement. He's not asking for any pilot program. This is a private funding. That's number two. Private funding and no tax abatement whatsoever. So he's not coming into the city to asking us, can you give me an abatement? Can you give me a break? No, he's just asking for a letter of endorsement in order for him to fix 134 units where we have Patersonian living in those units, residents that deserve to live in a much better condition. I've been having conversation with some of the residents that live there, and I'm looking forward to see this project done the right way. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So first of all, let me say thank you to the director for your patience and coming back consistently for this. But let me say to the residents, and I think I said it last week, Councilman Mendez already spoke about some of the points I drove on last week, that at these particular locations, they need upgrading. The maintenance, they've been there to make sure, but they're in need of upgrades. The developer himself is not asking us for an additional pilot. He's not asking for any money. So the risk is all on the developer. So if something happens, Paterson is not held liable for anything. Every risk taken is on him, which is a good thing for us. So they're just coming to us, which we've approved many times over, statement of needs. We've done it many times, and it's no different this time. So as I said before, and I was ready to support it then, I support those residents that I've spoken to. I've been there. I've talked to them personally. I support our seniors and those families that have lived there for a while, and they deserve to get this upgrade. Kudos to the developer. Kudos to the residents for making sure that their voices are heard. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'll try to not repeat myself. I'll try to repeat what any other councilman say regarding supporting this. But one thing I have to say as a statutory agency chairman is that when we sit in the committee, we try to bring all the facts together. And I got to bring you another clear fact about our decision today. If we look at the back of the page, the Board of Commissioners of the Paterson Housing Authority approved in their side to move forward in this initiative. So in other words, to have a strong advocate, right, you need more people to support things. So they came to us and say, can you bless us for we could have credibility in the federal government, HUD and the FMLA requirements to make sure that it's needed. So we're doing that. If we look at the buildings that they are going to renovate, 20 years, people just say that it's not being renovated. You imagine how that toilet looks? You imagine how that tub look? You know imagine how that kitchen look? And probably they go after the developer or the house and say, can you fix this? And they say, it's coming soon. So this is coming soon. And regarding our properties, and I just want to keep this clear, I don't know if anybody missed this, but the director stated that when she found out 3 years ago that she could use some kind of funding to direct the reconstruction of every apartment in our properties, a housing property like 199 Carroll, the Marcello, the other one, whatever is housing authority owns, is going to be moving forward. But to say that this property had not been maintained is out of facts. Okay? To say that this property had not been maintained is out of fact. I'm being in those buildings when the issues have been arise, and I have been calling the director to address it. Immediately they address it, because when we talk about seniors, we have to speak a large. So saying that, and with the other one probably, I'm going to say yes. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
So, in workshop, we've had twice, discussions about this, and even in one committee meeting. I think where I stand, I would have to say Councilman Abdulaziz put it best. I was with him at a meeting after the council meeting at Marcielo, and to see the seniors there and then specifically say how, look at it, this is where we come sit down. We can't even have a picnic back here. And so one of the things that rubbed me the wrong way was the way the developer approached the council. That is a total absolutely not. Okay, so yes, he's not asking us for a pilot. Yes, all he needs a letter for is for support. But the reality is, you're not going to come address the council and say, well, this is the last project I'm doing in Paterson. Take your money. We don't want your money. If you're going to come and disrespect, because you're disrespecting the entire body. But with that said, so I was not very supportive of it because of the way this developer addressed us. But this is not about me and it being personal. This is about, I know a lot of people that live in these places. I know we're going to address 38 next. And clearly, yes, there is a need. And so I want to see that, our constituents in the city of Paterson live in a decent place. And so with that said, I am going to support endorsing this, issuing a letter of endorsement to support this project. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take a break. Councilman Kalik.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we take item number 38, community, don't get misinformed. This entity is not asking for a pilot. They're already in 30-year pilots. Soon as they run out, they'll come back to us. So just wait and see, and write it down. Write it down. Also, this developer, he's charging, we discussed it in the workshop, $7.8 million developer's fee. I don't want to go back there. And I have my reasons. I gave you guys my reasons as well. Write it down. The pilots, they're in 30-year pilots right now. Soon as it run out, they'll come back again with their reason. Write it down. Okay, next item, Madam Clerk.
38.
Item number 38.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 38, resolution endorsing housing need for 179 units scattered side house renovation project by Paterson Associates 2020 LLC, statutory agency, resolution 21-5.
So moved.
Second.
Chairman.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
I would just like to know where everybody went. You know, we're about to vote on a very important item. And how many we got in here? 5?
5.
You mean, you know, I appreciate my husband because he always would say to me, Ruby, if you don't want to vote no, vote no. If you want to vote yes, vote yes. But don't be missing in action. You know, don't get up and leave. Don't, you know, speak what you got to say. If the people in the audience can't understand how you're going your way or how you're voting on something, then that's what it is. But with this item, it's similar to the next item. You know, and sometimes, you know, like I said before, you know, so many organizations come before us. Yes, this gentleman is in a pilot. I believe he may have 4 years left on it. I'm not quite sure. You know, everyone, please maybe stick around and see if he do come back again for a pilot. Maybe he will and maybe he won't. I don't know. But these are for residents, and this is considered scatter housing. Scatter housing is like in the 1st ward and in the 5th ward. There's really no scatter housing in the 4th ward with these, with this project. So with that, and I know that they're needing upgrade. I talk about upgrade because my husband working for them for many years, of seeing millions of dollars put in developments, and to see some of them to be torn down. And it could be close to $1 billion. You know, I've seen the money put out. But people deserve to live decently if you want to. We just did an upgrade at 510 East 27th Street. If you saw what it looked before and you saw what it looked now, those seniors, I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. They're not asking us for nothing. If things need to be changed, it needs to come from the federal level. It needs to come from the state level. We is only city council. I always say to people, we're at the bottom. We're the lowest one. You got so many other people on top of us that can make laws and change laws differently. And when it gets down to us, then we have to vote on things that sometimes we got no control over. We can't change it because it's already mandated that this is how it is. So this project is along with the other project. So with that being said, I know what those units are. They're in the 1st and the 5th. They need to get done. He's not asking for anything. No, he's not. But in order for him to get this project, the housing mortgage company wants to, the finance wants to know if we're in favor of him doing this. And I want to say to the director and to the other board members that the Housing Authority been doing a lot to making sure that there's a few senior buildings that need to get fixed, and I know that director ain't gonna do one ward and not do the other ward. So, and you heard it from Councilwoman. If you're gonna fix up the 6th ward, you're gonna fix up the 4th ward. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And resolution number 38 is similar as the number 37, but I just want to say that those 179 units are in need of renovation, and I'm very specific when I speak about tax payment pilot program. And the reason why I'm in full support of this is because it's not attached, as I see, it's not attached into any pilot program or any tax abatement at the present time on what we're voting for. And for me, that's extremely important, because that way we keep in mind our homeowners that live in the city of Paterson. They also deserve for people to put some more money into the coffer to make sure that we get some alleviation on that area. But with that being said, those Pattersonians, they deserve to live in a better condition, and those properties, they are in need of renovation. And because of that, I'm in full support of this. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Councilman Jackson is here.
You know, you gotta pass it.
I'll go
Right.
back to Councilman Jackson because I know he just came in, so I was trying to get him settled in. Would you like to vote?
Yes, I'm not passing. I said what I said when I spoke for the last item. This is similar. This is an additional 179 units. The last one was 134. The residents, we were elected by the people. The people that elected us are the people that deserve these upgrades. So I'm standing with the people. They need these upgrades. It doesn't cost us anything. And I, co-signed with Councilman Cotton to see the renovations in Federation Apartments with the fish tank. The residents, the seniors, they absolutely love it. So sometimes what we think people don't like, they love. And I'm reminded of one of my favorite creameries. People call it ice cream, but it's a creamery, and it's called Cold Stone. And there's 3 different sizes. It's like it, love it, and gotta have it. And for me, when it comes to the residents and their quality of life and upgrades, they gotta have my vote of yes. So my vote is absolutely yes for the residents.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
As I stated before, as a statutory chairman, I respect a lot the commission, the commissioners that are in the Housing Authority. I believe we have 2 appointed to it. So I think they do a diligent work, and they do what they have to do, and they really have an eye in anything they approve over there. So they just come to us to get a blessing and to move forward with the project. The only thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes people use this type of item for politics. And when it's like that, they forget about the focus of the community. And us that are out there, we get complaints day and night of how situations are occurring in those areas of living, and also how they look also. So we're here to support it. Hopefully the HMFA give them what they need, because as we spoke in the committee, they could say 20, HMFA could say 10, okay? They could ask for 30, and FHMFA says 5. So it's like when you go to buy a house, you could say the house costs $450,000, and the bank says you only qualify to $250. So where you going to get the rest? So that's when he had to step up and do the project with his money, and also with the loan that he asked to the federal government. So I'm saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we are voting on item number 38, is housing need for 179 units scattered housing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
So, first of all, let me apologize to the public for being a bit tardy. I could not pass up the opportunity to take a moment to go over to Newark and listen to their mayor, a real person of the community, somebody who really cares about the community. And let me tell you something, I'm gonna find that video and post all of it, the majority of it, on my page tomorrow. That brother's awesome. Talking about how many Section 8 to homeowners they've created, how many people that they've risen out of poverty, how many projects that they've done, how they created opportunities for local contractors to rebuild the infrastructure. While we continue to give away billions of dollars a year, this city brings in $1 billion a year. Almost $300 million on our municipal budget, close to $700 million on our school board budget. You go there, it's even worse. We give away so much stuff. Mr. Ming, can you zoom into this for me, please? Please zoom into this. Get tight. Because these are the conditions that we expecting the residents who live there to live under. Mold in their apartments. This is the Alabama projects area. Mold in their apartments. This is the kind of stuff when families have to take their children to the doctors because their lungs are infested with mold, and there are facilities that's being built at subpar conditions that the management companies refuse to do maintenance on over a 20-year span. And yes, the conditions become so hideous that it's almost unbearable to live in. But these are the conditions that these developers who are walking away out of $20 million, he's going to walk away with $8 million, more than a third of that money. He'll walk away to put in his pocket. That's before he makes money on the construction side. I respect you, Councilman Khalid. I appreciate you for holding the line for our community. Do they need better? Do they deserve better? Yes. But where is the level of accountability to the landowner or to the manager who's making money on a monthly basis at 120% of the value of the fair market rental rate for the last 20 years, and then when there's no more projects to redevelop, he comes here and so callously says, Councilman Jackson, I got good news for you. This will be my last development. Thank the Lord Jesus it is, because he's already milked the cow enough. There's no more milk to produce. And we have people who are supposed to be here to hold the line for the community. Man, I just left such a vibrant, electric environment to come back and listen to. I was listening to it on the way here. Just disgusted. I felt like vomiting in my car as we're gonna sit here and let yet another person come into this community, rape us for millions of dollars, and present and bring forward the most subpar conditions as they're using the lower quality materials, and they have to come back and redo work. If you own I've been a landlord, I gotta do consistent maintenance. I apologize, Councilman. You didn't have me here the last vote. You could spare another 60 seconds, and I appreciate you.
All right, go ahead, Councilman.
But this is disgusting, and I'm glad I made it back. I had to break. I could have been pulled over because I had to get here a little quick. It was raining. Had to, I had to put a little bit on the line just so I could put this down on public record that I refuse to support any project where people come in here, make enormous amounts of money, and refuse to give the absolute best quality of service. Housing should be ashamed of themselves because all these projects are identical. They come in here and they take full advantage. They get fully funded through HUD, and they make more than a handsome fee while our people receive a simple, affordable housing. Not even safe any longer. Go visit with those residents and go see how they feel. They don't even want to live there any longer. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You've been a part of this for long enough, so you already understand the passion that goes into this. And this is just logical decision making from my perspective. But obviously, maybe everybody doesn't have the same level of understanding. So let me not be so rash with my thought process. But anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely not. Hell no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Well, thank you. Mr. President?
That was quick. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't like to repeat myself, but this developer making millions of dollars of our residents, using our residents as an excuse, and HUD money, federal money, wherever the money comes from, is money of the people. It's residents. That's my grant money we use this is now, it is now our city money. It's the grant money, it's HUD money, it's federal money. At the end of the day, it's taxpayers' money. That's how I take a look at it. And my vote is no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I announce the vote, sir? Okay. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
We'll take item 35 and 36 next, Madam Clerk.
35 and...
Thank you, Council President.
Yes, sir. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 35. And item number 35 reads resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for Mamba Lounge LLC, trading as La Chifilda, located at 62-64 Dover Street in the 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 21579.
So moved.
Second.
Fifth Ward.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Any discussion?
No
Anybody?
discussion, roll call.
No? Roll call.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 35 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
35, okay. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Before I vote, I want to say I'm always for our business owners to make business in the great city of Paterson. I wouldn't want them to go anywhere else. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Well, as councilman of the 5th Ward, I do all my own surprise visit in the exterior of this place. And they get surprised when I do my exterior supervision at the area because they don't expect me to go at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning to see if everything's running smooth. Not because I get complaints or whatever. It's to make sure that they are good neighbors. And they are being good neighbors. Matter of fact, it's my understanding that the management of this place had even been accredited by the Bartender Association to give close end courses to their employees to serve better, make sure that everything is running smoothly. So I commend them on that. So saying that, they are good neighbors in the city of Paterson, especially in the 5th Ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see all the inspection and certification is attached, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 36. Resolution addressing a renewal of a dance hall license for Mamba Lounge LLC, trading as La Chifilda, located at 62-64 Dover Street in the 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 21580.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 36 for approval. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm definitely in full support of this establishment. I see that everything is in place. They've been a good neighbor, and definitely, this is definitely my intention to be a strong supporter of our Pattersonian local business in Paterson, especially and during this difficult time. So look forward to see you in business. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
And because I know all my 5th Ward business owner, let me say a little note on this. This is a place for years have been hosting, giving back to the community, especially to the senior community of the city of Paterson, especially in the 5th Ward. Parties, breakfasts, donations to the city senior sites, because they care about the surrounding of their community and where they have their business. So I could say a lot of things that a lot of business owners does in the 5th Ward, and without asking them to do it, because they understand that they are good neighbors. So saying that, La Chiflada is a good place to go. Please visit it. It's in the great heart of the 5th Ward of Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 36 is hereby adopted. Mr. President, if I may, since Council President has a conflict with item number 29, would you like to take that one?
I was going there next.
I was reading your mind?
Yes, continue from 29 to
Okay, so let's take 29.
34, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Next
you.
item is item number 29, and item number 29 on the non-consent reads, resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson, Passaic County Community College, Passaic County Community College Foundation to fund the employment of a Director of Policy and Planning for the City of Paterson Administration, Resolution 21573.
So moved.
Second, discussion.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Velez?
Yeah, I just want, because I missed something in the workshop. Madam BA, can you tell us about this memorandum of understanding, just highlight on it?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. This is a continuation or kind of a growth from the foundation that currently supports our innovation team, and they do that through funding 2 positions they're technically employees of Passaic County Community College, and they're kind of on loan, executives on loan to the city, and help us in a variety of capacities, as you know, and as they've been before you. This would be an additional. They came to us and said, are there any other needs right now along these lines? And we said there are, especially, we haven't been able to focus as much on some policy initiatives that we think are important. We also think there's everything from sustainable Jersey and some climate change issues, which are really important to Henry and Marilyn Taub Foundation, to other policy initiatives that the city has been involved in, the Mayor's Wellness Campaign, some of our parks initiatives where we've been able to do outside funding to support work that we're doing here. There's so much more out there that we're just not really taking advantage of because we don't have someone who's as much solely focused on, kind of a policy topics. A lot of what the administration does is really related to the running of the city, not so much the outward looking and the collaboration with other cities, the collaboration with the New Jersey urban mayors, all of those items. So
Saying, I know you elaborated all that when you say urban mayor. Can you at least clarify me, ma'am, if the mayor is still on the payroll of the Passaic County Community College, the mayor of City of Paterson?
he does serve as a professor at Passaic County Community College, yes.
Okay, thank you.
He does teach a class.
Thank you, Council President.
Clerk?
Yes, Mr.
Council President. That's it, I'm not.
Well, Councilman Jackson, go ahead.
Okay, a couple questions. But before I get into it, I mean, that kind of caught me off guard. The mayor teaches classes at the college?
Yes, he teaches a class on Saturdays, yes.
On Saturdays? Interesting.
It's my understanding, and Council President, and I'm going to elaborate more because you brought it up. It's my understanding that the mayor stated when he took office that he cannot continue teaching Passaic County Community College because he was the mayor.
I was not aware of that. I do not know anything regarding that, if there was a conversation with the college, but he continues to be a professor there.
And even he went on the record saying that he no longer teach because he has a mayor position now. He went on the record way back.
Nonetheless, I mean, I can care less. I mean,
Well,
I don't know what.
that has nothing to do with, I think, this item.
It has to do something.
It doesn't have anything to do with this item, but.
That's a discussion
The mayor's
we need to
position is a
have.
full-time position, and
Yes,
obviously
I agree with
he's failing at this job, but he's taking on other employment opportunities at the same time. That is a concern. But, Madam BA, just for a point of clarity, so are we talking about the data research officer, or is it a different position?
This would be a third position that they would be funding. This is not, right, they already fund the Chief Innovation Officer and the Chief Data Officer, correct.
So can you give me an example of some of the projects that the Chief Data Officer has accomplished for us since he's been here?
Sure. The one that comes to mind that's most visible to everybody is the COVID data dashboard, which we started at the beginning of COVID and continues to get updated. There have been he also helped launch the Mayors for Guaranteed Income. He has helped with the Financial Empowerment Center. He's currently launching the Driver's License Restoration Program. All of those have been led by the Chief Data Officer. Particularly, they haven't been launched by anybody else.
How does the driver's license initiative program have anything significantly to do with data?
Well, there's other, I mean, those are some examples. There's data that shows, you know, when you combine public policy and data about what are some of the successful programs that get people back to work. And
so what have they been?
The driver's license restoration is one of the ones where the Chief Data Officer is one of the people who's very involved in the Bloomberg network of cities. And so it's sharing, you know, open data platforms. He's been running our What Works Cities program, which is a Bloomberg network, you know, kind of certification program. And as part of his work within the Bloomberg network of cities, we've also done trainings with other cities to say, here's how we increased, you know,
so I'm sorry,
job programs around, you know, reentry because of driver's license restoration. And so he said, okay, as part of my role in this, I also want to help launch this program.
So
but he has done numerous data programs
in the last
as
3
well.
years, then how many drivers who has been assisted with having to have participated in the driver restoration program?
We're just launching that program now. The first program was the Guaranteed Income Program, and that's the one that has over 100 people involved who are receiving money every month. But in terms of data projects, if you want to go back to the data projects, those are a lot of the things that he's helping each individual department create dashboards around development projects in economic development, around kind of our recycling efficiencies. You know, what's our pickup every month? What are, you know, our staffing levels in recycling? There are numerous things that that we use internally on a regular basis to make decisions.
So, okay, and I'm sorry to prolong this, Council President, but the residents have been having serious issues with their recycling pickup. So that's one of the issues, right? You talk about the data around that, which I don't understand. I can't see how a successful success that has been, but the only project that you can spotlight is the 100 or so residents that were able to receive this grant money, free grant money.
That's not the only project I'm spotlighting. I can go through numerous.
But when I asked for
the What Works Cities project is a whole certification program that rates cities based on their openness of data, you know, their data sets that they provide to the community.
So what would we rate it? What was our rating?
We're in the process of getting certified. So we're hoping to be silver certified this year.
Recertified?
No, certified.
Certified.
Yes.
And
Most cities take 5 to 10 years to get certified.
And that's going to help.
We're probably doing it in 3.
That's going to help the residents how exactly?
Because just like you said, you know, other cities are trying to get a lot more opportunities for local businesses. One of the things that What Works Cities rates is how transparent our procurement process is for local businesses. So if you know that a city is rated highly in What Works Cities, then you know you're making strides to making local businesses be part of that. That's just one really tangible example of how being certified will help the residents of the city.
So can you give us one example of where local businesses have benefited from the procurement process?
Well, I know that we have created a schedule for procurement that we have put up on the
Name one local business. Just name one local business.
I'm not saying that.
Name one local business that has benefited.
I don't know. We would have to talk to local businesses. But what I'm saying is we're doing our part as a city.
You're the BA of the city.
I'm asking
you can't tell
if you can let me finish, Councilman.
local business that has. I don't want you to derail the question.
No, I'm trying to answer your question.
Just one local business, just a name that has benefited.
I'm trying to answer your question. What we do on our side is that we can post a schedule. Prior to this, we hadn't posted a regular schedule throughout the year. First quarter, we go out for bid for administrative, you know, supplies, city supplies. Second quarter, we do this. We're trying to become more transparent with our procurement, and this is one of the areas that cities around the country are being scored. So we can probably go to local businesses that said, yes, I saw that schedule, and now I know I can apply, not just having to wait for a bid notice to come out. That's a real tangible example.
In year 4, we've been paying this person $100,000+ a year.
We haven't been paying them anything. That it's been funded by the foundation.
Madam BA, okay. So, year 4, this person has been paid 6-figure salary that somehow or another comes out of the taxpayers' dollars.
No, that is incorrect, sir. I think that's a very important distinction. It does not come from taxpayers at all. This is privately funded, 2 positions that are privately funded at the Passaic County Community College, and the foundation has made a commitment to do a 3rd. That is very important. It is not taxpayer at all.
The Passaic County Community College is a private institution?
This is not, Passaic County Community College is where the donors are making the contribution to. They are hiring the employees.
So let me just paint the picture of how I would perceive that, how I do perceive that. The Passaic County Community College is able to convince or coerce potential donors to give money so that we can pay someone to work for 6 figures who has yet to produce one business I'm just going based off the programming. I'm sorry, Madam BA. If you're going to, I didn't cut you off. I asked you a question. I let you answer. Now I'm giving you back what I received from your answer. I don't need you to
Correct, they're incorrect, sir.
Interject. I'm not incorrect.
It is, sir.
Can you name the one business then?
No, but that's
name one business that's benefited.
Not the appropriate. That's not the appropriate question.
No, Council President. No. She's going to. If she's going to take this direction, I'm going to continue down the direction as well.
Okay.
She cannot name one local business yet, and still.
Councilman, it's pretty clear. You ask a question,
I understand, but there's a level of clarity that I'm trying to bring to the public.
The viewer understands.
Here we have at Hinchcliffe Stadium a promise that was made to the community. I'm sorry, Council President, just indulge me for one moment, please. Not one. In fact, the contractor has come forward and said, we will not hire locally. They hired 4 Paterson people that has been reduced to 3. It's a $90 million project, yet we have a data officer who we're paying $100,000 who it was projected or it was sold to us that the data that's critical for us to make decisions, I've asked for data on the hotspots. We can't get that.
The Director Spezial has sent that,
I've asked for the data on violent crimes. Somehow it's not available. We have a dedicated data officer and this data is not available to us. I mean, I'm sorry, Council President.
Councilman Jackson, council members, let's stick to our agenda. Let's finish the agenda. Then if I'm the sitting council president, I'll give you guys an hour, 2 hours to bash it out, discuss whatever you want to discuss. Let's finish the city business.
Council President.
Let's finish the agenda first. I'm humbly asking you guys to do that.
No problem. I think we've gotten all the answers. We're going to get
Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Velez. Please keep it short.
Thank you, Council President. I feel you and Councilman Jackson. I mean, this has been an ongoing conversation with the amount of money that we're investing at the stadium. Let's not even go there, and just heartbreaking, just thinking about we only have like 3 people. Just having a job there. It's incredible the opportunity that we're losing to empower our community, our local companies that are here in the city of Paterson that could definitely do business there and fit that project. We could keep going about mentioning so many different entities, but I'm going to stay into this. I just have a quick question through the chair to Madam BA. On the 4-way ask, it said that PCCC is going to be responsible to funding. The question that I have is, in this agreement with the city, what is the city responsibility on this memorandum of understanding, our responsibility? Can you explain that to the public before my vote?
The only responsibility we have is to provide office space for the individual, just like we do currently for our chief data officer and our chief innovation officer. We don't have further responsibility. It is fully supported. Salary and benefits are supported through the private philanthropy.
Okay, can you explain to the voters what will be the performance, the job description of those individuals, since we're providing space, office space, based on what you say, that's the only responsibility.
Correct. So building on what we're doing for the innovation team, this would be a further employee who would be able to work for the city on a variety of topics. So what we were talking about with policy and planning is initiatives like, some of our sustainability initiatives. That's a good policy topic that has a lot of different areas, whether it's some fleet management issues that we're trying to buy electric vehicles and charging stations, whether it's trying to move the ball forward on our energy audits, which we did with the state and got funded. Now we want to do a partnership with PSE&G in order to actually use the money that's available to do some rehabs around the building. So there are numerous initiatives under just the topic of sustainability that we could talk about. But there would be multiple policy topics that we feel this person could help with. When we started, and Council President and Councilwoman Mims were with me when we were down in Chattanooga talking about a Parks Vision Plan. We just started that. We just kind of dipped our toe into this topic area, but there's so much opportunity out there when it comes to social determinants of health and ways that we can get outside funding to implement park improvement projects, programming in our parks as a policy topic of health and, kind of public welfare. There's so much more we could be doing. This person, and again, this is all free funding for the city, not taxpayer funding. We want to emphasize that. We don't want to turn away an opportunity. It would really be focused on some of these big picture policy areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Councilman, Council President. There's two things I was reading here, Madam BA, just respectfully. This director's already hired?
No.
No?
No.
Good. So, Director of Policy and Planning, right, for the city of Paterson. Now, in the 1, 2, 3, 4 whereas, I see that they identifying high-quality, flexible educational and cultural program to meet the needs of Passaic County residents. So I don't see the word Paterson residents, okay?
Well, Councilman, that's just in particular describing the work of Passaic County Community Colleges Foundation. But this in particular, because the person would be working for the city, would be directed just to the city of Paterson.
So in that memorandum, that understanding, it's not only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's not that whereas. How many pages that had the memorandum of understanding?
I'm sorry?
The MOU, how many pages has?
No, well, this is just the resolution is
I know.
supporting the entering
How many
into the MOU.
pages the MOU have as we speak? If there's an agreement between the two identity and Paterson, a memorandum, an MOU.
Generally, it's like I think it's like 2 pages.
2 pages?
Yeah. It generally, it just
Okay.
details right.
So, do you have an idea how much the salary of this individual will be?
I know what the foundation is considering. It is not finalized yet.
Do you know
In
how-
part,
how-
and I could speak to this in part, it was because last time when we did the hiring of the chief data officer and the chief innovation officer, we went in with one idea and then we ended up changing the salary. So they want to see what type of applicants we're going to have. And then, so the range will probably be an annual salary between $75,000 and $100,000.
So in other words, they know how much they're gonna pay this director.
They know their max of what they will do, but it's all going to be depending on experience.
There's a scope of work that I see here, right? A little bit of scope of work on it.
Yeah.
How much, approximately, how much do you think that director is gonna get from that
Well,
funding?
that's what I just mentioned. The range will probably be between $75,000 and $100,000.
If that director is required to, and your memorandum of understanding required to be a resident, Paterson resident?
Not necessarily.
Why?
In part because we're looking at experience. I mean, we will prioritize and we hope to get someone who has that. But I think if you look at, for example, our chief data officer hire, it was someone who had the experience and worked on the data team in the city of Los Angeles. So to us, it was important for someone to bring that here. We will be opening this up. Passaic County Community College will be opening up the job posting, and anybody can apply. And so I would encourage Patersonians to apply.
And that person that when get hired is gonna be working directly in the second floor, third floor, or whatever he's working?
Likely somewhere around City Hall.
Around City Hall?
Yeah.
So what was the amount that you say that probably you're gonna get from this foundation?
It'll likely be the annual salary between $75,000 and $100,000. Because
75?
they'll also be covering the benefits. So it'll be that would be the salary, but then there'd be
Councilman.
All
in
right,
addition to that.
thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 29 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk?
Your vote, sir.
Oh, my
Councilman
vote.
Cotton voted for your vote.
Exactly. Sometimes it's like, why would we even ask? You talking about experience, right? So this is the same administration that created such a hostile work environment for a personnel director that had a master's degree in over decades of experience, highly qualified, who, by the way, is a Paterson resident, only to force her out to hire a non-Paterson resident without credentials, no college degree. And you're gonna talk about experience? No, this is another hookup. This is what this administration has been. I'm gonna keep it 100. From here on out, I'm on 110. I'm on the same amount that the developer just walks away with for free each and every month. I'm on 120. This is another hookup position. Oh, it doesn't come, no, it's another donor given to the Dark Money Foundation, not through one Paterson non-for-profit, but now through the college that's also collaboratively working with a mayor who's teaching part-time when he's failing at doing a full-time gig. This city is embarrassing. It's embarrassing what our community's having to go to. Someone posted, was that G who posted the picture of the furniture store next door yesterday? Yesterday, that was Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you.
Jesus Christmas. They pile garbage, but we got a data officer that can't tell us how many tickets have been written to these businesses that are committing infractions by the hour, not even by the day, by the hour. We can't get data on hotspots. Corporation Counsel, please.
Thank you.
Before I forget, please bring back the hotspot legislation. It needs to be rescinded. Council members that's in support of that. That is the worst legislation that was ever written. It's an embarrassment. Here's another hookup position. I will not be a part of the continuing of embezzlement of dollars. My vote is absolutely not, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that it's so, we're voting on a resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson, the PCCC, but it's so heartbreaking. And what I hear, that this administration, they have the opportunity to empower our community in so many different ways. And there's a job here that is coming, it's not coming from the taxpayer. And you all know that I'm in full support of a project and things that we could bring that doesn't have to do with the taxpayer dollar that we're spending in the City of Paterson to help our community. But now, this administration, there's a $75,000 to $100,000 position, and they are not even taking a consideration to include. We have a resolution in place, an ordinance, which is, Paterson resident first, and they don't even think about that for a minute. It's just disturbing to me. I don't want to get into all the detail because I know we have a lot of other items on the agenda, but for now, I don't feel comfortable supporting this. My vote is no.
Councilman Mims?
Could you pass? I'm reading something.
You said pass? Yeah. Councilman Rivera?
I'll pass for now. I just got back from the back.
Councilman Velez?
I'll try and elaborate what I'm going to say, so I'm going to pass for now.
You're passing too?
You can bring it here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman
That's what they always do.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
I'm up, right? They're playing basketball here, and I'm the scorer. They don't call me delivering points. So, at the end of the day, I didn't hear what my colleagues said, but I do read what's in front of me. I want to thank Passaic County Community College. You hear a lot of times my colleagues state the 6th Ward gets things done because we build partnerships. And PCC is a flagship in our city. And PCC is here offering to pay for a position to help us move our city forward. Let that sink in. We don't accept their services, their partnership. They could take this position that doesn't cost a single dime to the city to the city of Passaic, where they have a satellite campus, to the town of Wanacue, where they have a satellite campus. I don't get this sometimes. We have a flagship institution that's a higher level learning facility that's willing to partner up with the city to say, hey, we have this money, we're going to hire it, we want you guys to utilize it to move your city forward. So PCC, I commend you. If you want to move some facilities to the 6th Ward, I'll be glad to build a higher level learning facility in the 6th Ward. This doesn't cost the taxpayer a single dime. And the only way you move this city forward is by building partnerships. If you look at any other city that has institutions of higher level learning, there's partnership. Rutgers with New Brunswick, Essex County College with Newark, right? Bergen Community College with Paramus. Now we have our college offering us a position that they're going to pay for to help us, that's going to help move this city forward. It's a no-brainer. I didn't know it was going to take this long, but I learned on this council that everything is a fight because we don't really have the city, what's best in mind. I'm going to vote yes and not pass back. Hopefully, this, to my colleagues to the other side, will support this because we need partners to get things done. And that's how we utilize in the 6th Ward. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So, Paterson, sometimes people are not passing because they don't want to vote. Sometimes they're reading. I think we should be able to read if we need to be able to vote accordingly. This is a memorandum of understanding where in our city there are different things that are needed to allow us to move forward. Sometimes there's concerns because what you see, we're not really receiving, but there's so many things that are really needed to make this 3rd largest city the functional, progressive city that it needs. We should have had in place a planning and policy person. We should have had that a long time ago, but it would have came out the city's budget. So now that PCCC, which I am an alumni of, has agreed to be a partner with the community, it speaks volumes that they believe in our community, they believe in the progression, and you know what's great? Their home is here. So they have a, they're gonna get a return on investment. So I believe in that. I believe our city should have had this a long time ago. I'm glad that they're doing it without the city taxpayer dollars, and I wanna commend Passaic County Community College for this memorandum of understanding to make sure that we get a director of policy and planning for the city of Paterson. With my background in project management, strategic planning, it is definitely needed, and I'm going to stand in heavy support of what's needed to move our city forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, being here almost 3 years, probably never passed. I just needed to guess. This one, what we have before us, is a no-brainer, right? This is the reason why we make things more difficult than they actually are. We talk about the same issues all the time, but you know what? I take my time to try to find solutions. If we all did the same, this city would be different. We often talk about how our local businesses are not being engaged, how they're not getting contracts locally, right? At one time, I took an initiative, and I know other council members have done the same, try to get some of these, local contractors to speak to our purchasing agent so they could at least get an understanding of what is needed in order for them to be able to bid on our, projects. But let's take it a step further then. I spoke to Corporation Council. I'm going to be working with the purchasing agent, and I hope, whatever any of my colleagues want to join, instead of complaining all the time, let's find solutions, right? There is something called a minority set-aside program, right? Which is an initiative to support small businesses owned by minorities. Right, so let's start there, and then let's start getting prepared. Start preparing some of the local businesses and minority-owned businesses to be able to compete in the market. But let's start with this ordinance, with this initiative, right? It's called Minority Set Aside. We actually set aside. We'll get into more detail later on because this is not what we have before us. But I'm sick and tired, and I'm sorry for using these words, of hearing the same thing meeting after meeting, complaining all the time, but no solutions. Anytime you hear me complain, the administration could tell you, I'm always breaking my head, and if it's not in the meeting, I reach out to them and say, how about we do this to resolve this issue? And we'll talk about some of those issues at a different time as they come up, but this is a no-brainer, And I'm not going to prolong the discussion repeating what is, have been said. But if we're fighting for an entity to give us a staff member without us having to pay anything, we have a lot of issues here. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
At the beginning, I opened the discussion, Madam BA, is to put on the floor, in other words, I don't know if you noticed, is to see the scope of work of this individual and what the funding will be go directly. That's not to challenge what the administration want to do. But it throws me back. I don't know all the individuals that sit here in the board and the education, the school board education, when they tried to come with a transition school, because there was a lot of individuals coming from any country, from the Bronx, from any state, and they need a transition school. Newcomers, correct, newcomers. And I saw that as an initiative to educate, to put in place individual to make sure that when they going to move forward in life, they do the right thing. So Passaic County Community College, for me, is an incomer school, college. For individual that comes to the city, for individual come from outside, from the Bronx, from New York, or whatever, if you look at this, the census, we have grown, but it's not that people have been delivering in 9 months. It's being the people have been immigrating to Paterson and coming from different part of the state and different part of the country. So seeing those individuals, they want to go to a college, they want to study, they want to, put things in place. So when I see the whereas that it will be providing high quality, flexible, educational, and cultural program to meet the needs of the Passaic County residents, in this case, Paterson, so it's a must. And everybody says, let's invest in education because that's the future, right? Futures of others. So saying that, hopefully they do the right thing. Hopefully they could come and deliver what they meant for it. And the community will benefit out of it. So I know you mentioned a lot of the programs, license and all that thing. Hopefully the Paterson residents that are unfortunate, those do not have that way to pay a college, whatever, be benefit of it. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I want to reconsider my vote. Madam Clerk, can you tell me the vote count, please?
5 in favor so far and two against.
2 against? Well, I'll go after you. I'm going to reconsider my vote.
Oh, no, but you have to reconsider. Is after my vote? After my vote. Okay.
So,
Councilman, the president vote last.
Like
Council President, he asked to reconsider his vote, so we should allow him to reconsider before the president votes. He's on record asking for reconsideration. If he's going to reconsider, let him reconsider.
You want to vote yes?
I'm going to reconsider my vote, Council President, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
Sorry?
No,
Madam Clerk? Do I vote, then he
No,
gets...
Councilman Jackson can vote before you because he wants to reconsider his
Yes.
vote before I actually announce the vote too.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
You can set, I'll make sure I stay close to the timers, under the timer.
And Council President is hoping she wants to come back to the meeting because she's been out for a while. But she cannot come while
she
we're
cannot
voting.
participate in
She
this.
cannot come while we're
Right.
voting in this item.
Correct.
Thank you.
So, I have to reconsider my vote after hearing some of the comments. See, sometimes your colleagues can convince you that maybe you're considering things from the wrong perspective. So in Newark, they made an effort to hire all local contractors to replace the gas lines that go into their homes. So remove all the lead, which they have a mission to become a lead-free city. And in doing so, they've created legislation that will enable them to directly hire local contractors, not third-party contractors, as such as what we do. When one of my council colleagues has the audacity to bring the minority set-aside portion that's already a federal and state mandate. Every project that receives federal and state funding already has built-in minority set-asides that's supposed to be allocated to a certain percentage of minority businesses, as of which the tax credits. When I first got elected, I brought a whole group here to discuss how we had to make sure that 60%, because my call to the hospital was I wanted to see 60% procurement happen in this city and 60% of Paterson residents employed. That has not happened. We've allocated over $140 million in tax credits with 0% procurement and 0% and maybe 0.0019, I don't know what the number is, of employment ratio. With that being said, we cannot embarrass or mislead the public by making statements such as this, because I am bringing forward solutions, and those solutions are we need to start keeping employment opportunities home. Madam Clerk, I apologize. My vote is no.
There's 2 minutes.
Council President, point of
That's
order.
Councilman order,
That-
Council
that
President.
If we're going to maintain an orderly meeting, he said he's going to reconsider his vote. We're going to have a vote.
I did reconsider my vote.
And he didn't change it. It's still no.
I didn't say I was changing my vote.
Reconsider-
I said I was reconsidering my
Councilman-
vote.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
You understand English?
I'm sorry.
Reconsider my vote.
You should read
Council
what
members.
reconsideration means.
Council members.
Mr. President, it's
Yes,
your
Madam
turn to
Clerk.
vote, sir.
It's time for me to vote?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. I understand the frustration of my council colleagues. Like Councilman Rivera said, this resolution is a no-brainer. But what we have seen in the past is what you see is not what you get. That's the problem. That's why some of my council colleagues speaks the way they speak. It's not what you see is what you not get. But this is definitely a no-brainer. We're getting a position for basically free. We're not paying for it. But for saying that it's not taxpayer money, this money is coming from somewhere. Somebody's paying for it. Whoever it is, somebody's paying for it. But as long as it's free for us, I'm all for it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 against. Let the record reflect that Council President Davila recused herself from item number 29. Therefore, item number 29 is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is item number 30, please.
Wait. Council President is back.
Council President, thanks God, Council President is back.
Thanks, God.
I was trying to come back. Okay, so, Vice President, you did items, can you tell me what items you did, please?
Next item is 30.
No, can you please let me know what items you?
29, 35, 36, 37, 38.
Okay.
All the tough items are done, Council President.
So, Madam President, if I may, on the non-consent, Councilman Khalid was going to continue with 30 through 34. And that would have covered pretty much our non-consent items, if that's okay with you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you
So we
said.
would
You
pick
said
up-
that
we would
30
pick-
through 34 was done, or?
No, 30 through 34, we were going to continue with, he wanted to continue with those,
Right.
so we could complete the non-consent agenda.
Very well.
So if that's okay with you,
Yes,
would you
let us
like to-
continue. Item 30, Madam Clerk.
Perfect. Next item is item number 30. And item number 30 reads, resolution honoring Deborah Joy Alguero on her retirement and 40 years of dedicated service of leading and caring for children. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and co-sponsored by Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 21574.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 30 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just want to say to Deborah Joy Alger, her retirement of 40 years working in the daycare center, living in my ward for the last 50 years, being part of Christian church, I believe it's on Madison Avenue, where her husband is Reverend John, who has been such a community person in our community. She still walks up and down 10th Avenue, saying prayers to the young people out there. And to me, you know, just because she loves her community. So with that being said, it's an honor for me to help sponsor this resolution with Councilwoman Mims on her retirement of 40 years of working for the daycare center down at the church. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I would like to applaud anyone who can put forward this much dedication to dedicate 40 years of committed service, especially those who have committed to our young people. And I'm excited to hear her employer, because I'm sure, I'm actually relieved to hear that she hasn't put in 40 years of dedicated service to the city, because we know it would have been 40 long, hard years of unappreciative commitment of work. And, you know, it's unfortunate. I'm just hopeful that we can have some of the same outcomes for some of our employees who are working extremely hard. But at any rate, I take my hat off to this young lady, and I hope she enjoys her retirement. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Your vote is yes, Councilman Jackson? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to say congratulations to Ms. Deborah on her retirement. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez, I'm sorry, I was on the other side. So your vote is yes, sir? Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes, I want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for being able to co-sponsor this item with her. As a young woman that was born and raised in the 4th Ward, I was a part of the daycare center at the Madison Ave Reformed Church. So there's been many times and days that I was watched by this great woman, Ms. Deborah Algara, and there's many days I see her even till lately, still walking in the 4th Ward, praying over the community, the schools, the children, and the businesses. So hats off to her for the great work that she has done and is continually doing. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera, number 30.
Vote is yes.
Councilman Velez is not there. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
31?
Yes, please.
Next item is item number 31, resolution recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Dr. Lilisa Mims and Councilman Velez, co-sponsored by the remaining members of the council. City Council Resolution 21575.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call,
Discussion.
Madam Clerk. Discussion?
Yes, just quickly. I sent a request to add Councilwoman Cotton to this item and also to item number 32. Councilwoman Cotton and myself have been a part of the Domestic Violence Initiative in the city for years. So that was a mishap, so I apologize to Councilwoman Cotton. But can she be added as a sponsor as well on 31 and 32? Thank you.
Yes, I think Corporation Council is aware of it. Thank you. All right, continue.
Roll call, Madam
Roll
Clerk.
call on item number 31 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As you know, the month of October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We really had a very nice visual down in front of the Court Plaza on Hamilton Street. When you hear some of the stories that people, women, and not only women, men too, have gone through violence with their partners or their spouse. So to make women aware, to let them know that there's someone out there, there's organizations out there that will be helping if you need help. So with that being said, the month of October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I'm honored to be part of this, being that the visual for the last four years. It's been absolutely, and you hear the stories, it really bring tears to your eyes when you hear the stories. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes, so for me, this is not just a vote, it's not a resolution. I am a domestic violence survivor, and I'm glad to still be alive to vote in honor of all those victims that are still alive and those that have died as well. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Item
Next
32?
32? Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 32, resolution designating October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Paterson. This is sponsored by Dr. Mims and Councilwoman Cotton, co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 21576.
Second.
So moved.
Second, Madam
Moved
President.
by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 32 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As everyone knows, the month of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I have, this month alone, gone to many events, and you can see the struggles, what this disease does to a person, does to their families. And, you know, we must always be aware, and I always say if we can donate or help for them to really try to find a really cure. There's some women out there who's been in remission for quite some time. So with that being said, I would just want to say that whenever you can donate to awareness for breast cancer, please do that. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll just take a moment to, to recognize and acknowledge so many people in our community that have suffered and through this challenging disease. And, just in remembrance of some of the people that we've lost, I know Chanel is one person that comes to mind. And, and take my hat off to all of the survivors that continue to do the hard work to make sure that to try to help eradicate this disease. And, I would be remiss, I know the last item we voted on, I didn't comment on it, and it's such a sensitive item with domestic violence being such a heavy factor in our community, and especially in impoverished communities where people are intensified a little more. So I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and remind everyone of Tishelle Jackson and the excruciating events that she had to endure while the officer sat and watched it took place. So, Madam Clerk, with all of that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And, definitely October, it's the month to acknowledge and pay that high respect to those hard-working women in our community that they've been suffering through cancer, to breast cancer. And, this cancer has been touching so many millions of families, touched my family and so many members of this community. And I see this resolution not only as a simple resolution, but acknowledging the fight that so many women in our community have been going through with this cancer situation. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So before I vote, to all of those that have lost their lives, to all of our survivors, to all of those that are in the struggle, there was a great event that Creatures Temple did on this past Saturday, and they honored some of our women that are survivors, in particular one, Valerie Freeman. And I want to say to all of those people that have fought or are currently fighting this dreadful disease, my prayers, my heart sympathy goes out to you and your families. And just a reminder to please get your mammograms. Please get checked. Early prevention is the best medicine. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, I don't know. I missed 31. I wish I could say that yes on 31. When these two resolutions came forward, 31 and 32, is two devastating I could say, two disease that really, really hurts any community, you know, and it's the month that we celebrate the domestic violence awareness, and I know I missed the vote on that. I wish I could be here. I was taking care of the situation out there. But I just want to let know the community, I always gonna support anything that memorize all those victims of domestic violence. And the one for that we speaking now, 32, if we're gonna talk about experience, and this had knocked the door of everyone's house when it comes up to the disease of cancer. So the only thing is that this is not enough. Let's keep on praying for those that are survivor and those who are right now going through this disease of cancer. And it could be any part of your body. It's real things that, you know, is out there. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Item number 33.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 33, resolution to refund the taxes erroneously charged and paid for Block 4916, Lot 33, also known as 103 Cordwell Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey. Finance Resolution 21577.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion, Madam President.
You know, I often say why we have discussions after when we're voting, when this item was in workshop and there was no conversation there. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, and the reason why Madam President asked for discussion is because at the time of the workshop, I didn't have this information, and now I have it. And I want to call the attention of the administration, Madam BA. This property,
Caldwell.
this in Caldwell, I did my analysis. I received a call. There's two properties that they bought this property at the same, almost the same exact time, and the side of the property they're similar to a family house. And you have a property on 176, 178 East 24th Street. The taxes on this property is currently now $13,183. $13,183. And this property in 103 is a two-family, and the taxes are $74.79. I'm giving you the address for you to take note on that and get back to me on this situation, because we have to pay attention about this. The assessment, the new assessment, and I have also other property that the new assessment went all the way into to the sky, from between $2,000 and $3,000 and almost $4,000 different. So something have to be wrong in this situation. So please take note about this specific property and get back to me on this and see what can we do about this situation, because I knew that assessment have to be something wrong with that.
Can you repeat that address so that the CFO can?
Yes, 176, 178 East 24th Street.
East 24th?
Correct.
Third ward.
Said 176.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 33 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I just want to say that I commended the due diligence of our taxes assessor office in the first floor. And let me tell you something, some of this tax appeal goes to a county court, and I know it's being performed the right way, so my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Item 34, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 34. And item number 34 reads, resolution approving settlement of tax appeals on Block 4410, Lot 1, also known as 157-183 Main Street, owned by Paterson Mall, care of Maverick Management Corp.
Madam Clerk, sorry.
Finance Resolution 21578 is item number 34.
So moved.
I thought we did that one
No, we
now.
did 33.
Moved by,
Mims.
No, 1 second. No,
We just did 33.
no,
This
we
is
haven't done
34.
34. Okay, moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 34 for approval.
Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 34 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Once again, same, I could apply the same situation here. The city tax assessor is a well-qualified office. They look into this real deep, and they go to a different county court to make sure the appeal are the correct one, so my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to take first reading ordinances,
Um,
12,
Madam
13.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I have a question. There
Yes.
was an item number 27, a resolution that was pulled by Councilwoman
Councilwoman
Cotton.
Cotton, yeah.
Are we taking action in that item?
Yes. You know what?
Would we like to do that now?
Item 27, read it into the record.
Okay, 1 second, Council President. Next item is item number 27, and item number 27 reads, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the 21st Avenue Sewer Separation, CSO-027, bid number 22.14, for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 21571.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 27 for approval.
Discussion, Councilman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam President. My really concern was, and I see now, I mean, we're going out for bid, but my concern was that this was not part of the plan for the long-term plan that we have for the CSO. I know we're just going out for bid, but when are they gonna start the other stuff, the other items that's in this long-term plan before we get to another street? Because believe me, I have a street, Fair Street. It's been like that for about 4 or 5 years. If we're gonna start, and they sent a list out already of items that need to be fixed. Sewer that has been broken on streets that still got metal plates on them. When are they gonna start? My concern is why are we going out for bid for this and we haven't settled with some of the other stuff that we have that needs to get done? That was my concern.
Sure, and Council President, if I may.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So this project is related to an administrative compliance order or a consent decree that was by the US EPA. So this actually predates the listing of items that are on the long-term control plan. So it's not something that we're adding after the fact or that this one skipped the queue. This was part of a listing of items that the city was mandated to do first. And that was happening even as they were creating the long-term control plan. So we hoped to, as we mentioned with the lobbying efforts, we hope to pool the resources of and the power of the regional group that needs to get funded for the millions of dollars. The city alone is $122 million for the projects that we're required to do under the long-term control plan, and that includes 19th Ave and a couple other sewer separations. I will say that as part of our conversations around the American Rescue Plan dollars, that the River Street project is not one of necessarily the CSO projects, but there are other commitments that the city has to do as part of the long-term control plan around green infrastructure, and we plan to use some of the ARP dollars as we talked with our council members to dedicate for some of that as well. Some of the initial projects, as we're working to get lobby to get money, we also will likely be partnering with the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank to do some of those obligations as well.
Council President.
Thank you very much.
Mike.
Sorry, I did not see that in the plan. That's what I was looking for. When you
Right.
pulled up the federal website, I did not see that.
Right, so the plan is part of the NJDEP plan, and that was already taken into account that these projects were going to be done. And we were a little bit behind, the city was behind. The original consent decree was from August 9th, 2017, and then the most recent one was from 2020, and that, I could share a copy of this with you.
Okay.
That details what our obligations were.
Okay.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Madam President.
Okay.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
So in other words, this falls in 2017 EPA mandate, correct? So when they did the 2020, that's when they came up and say that we need to do 19, et cetera, right? So in the scope of work, it says only 21st Avenue. 21st Avenue starts at Main Street and ends in Route 20. They gonna do that stretch all the way down to Route 20? Or is it just certain part of 21st Avenue? Because, I know that you're going to solicit bid, but is the scope of work supposed to be performed before going out to bid for whoever is gonna be the bidder knows what kind of work we're gonna do? What stretch of 21st Avenue is gonna be being performed, the combined sewer, CSO?
I can look up the stretch, because I know that there were the details. If you give me just 1 minute, I might be able to find it in this consent decree.
So meanwhile, you look for that. I know the EP, they're supposed to do a big project under the Route 80, and I don't know, you recall that they're supposed to start under the skateboard park, and they haven't started either.
Yes, that project has also been delayed, but the New Jersey DOT has been working with our engineering staff on the plan for that. But I think that's likely either late 2022 or 2023.
Nice.
But Fred can give, that's separate from this, that's not connected to this. And to answer your question about 21st Ave, it's from Market Street to Route 20.
On Market Street?
That's the project, and the
Only-
estimated project cost is $2.1 million.
Hold on, so you're gonna tell me that from Market Street to Route 20, there's not a lot of residential there. There's even an old train tracks that goes behind that street there, and that's the section that you're gonna be working?
What is it? It's a sewer separation project. So it's not necessarily addressing flooding per se or what's been hurting residents. It's that sewer needs to be separated as part of the larger CSO, plan, but not, again, this is an EPA mandate, not part of our long-term control plan.
Okay,
Madam President.
okay.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. Woody?
Councilman Mendez.
Sure, and I'll be brief because I during the public portion I spoke about the CSO situation on 19th Avenue. But to your comment, Madam BA, just to your comment that when you say that CSO and the separation of the sewer have nothing to do with the floating, you should think about twice about making
No,
that comment. You hear what I'm saying, Madam BA, about what's going on 19th Avenue, 19th Avenue, 18th Avenue, 17th Avenue, East 34, East 30. I would love to invite you there when we get those heavy rain, and because I want you to see how those people lose everything in their house, in the basement. Water go through the toilet, through everywhere. Please, just
Councilman,
don't say.
I
Let
do
me just finish
understand
my
that.
point, Madam BA. Let me just finish my point. We agreed. The reason why I'm supporting 21st Avenue is because this been on the pipeline since 2017. It's mandated. I get it. I understand. But 19th Avenue is on the list. They have to do it, by the state. And 19th Avenue, in those areas, you need to be mindful. There's have to be a priority in those areas. There's people living there that they're losing their cars every time it's flooding, and they're losing everything in the basement. Who paying for that? Because they don't have flood insurance. That's not a flood zone. So with that, I'm just gonna leave it at that, because I cannot allow you to make that comment, that statement that the CSO that has nothing to do with the flooding, because in the third ward, it's definitely have something to do with that. And it's my hope that the conversation that we have at the Finance Committee meeting, I hope that we could continue that conversation. I will bring that back to you and see how can we make something, how can we get something done in that specific area to help those Patersonians, those homeowners that live in that section. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
No.
I just asked that question to Councilman Mendez. I just to clarify that, because I follow a lot 19th Avenue, And when he generally speak about 19th Avenue, the only area that I know that 19th Avenue get flooded is from Madison Avenue to East 23rd, and that's the 5th Ward. So I just want to make sure that is that also to 19th Avenue? All the way down to the other side of 3rd Ward? Because he mentioned East 31st, and the border of 3rd Ward and 5th Ward is the 31st.
Let us please,
I just want to make sure he don't cross borders.
Okay.
I'm jealous with my ward.
okay. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Councilman Abdulaziz, I know you were not here, and Councilman Khalid. We are voting on item number 27 that was pulled from the consent agenda. So your vote, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Keep it going.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I apologize to the members of the public. I just find it extremely difficult to really have confidence in supporting anything, because it always seems as if it's an initiative to put money in someone else's pocket to continue to render yet another poor level of service. I totally agree with Councilman Mendez. We have there's a plan. We paid for a plan to happen, but yet we're going to move outside the plan and take bids to do something else. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
This is a solicitation of the bid. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not gonna say no to this project. It's been on the pipeline since 2017. But to all my 3rd Ward residents, I'm gonna continue advocating and fighting for that situation that has been going on there, because the separation of the sewer in that area, it's just a need. That's a 911 situation for all of you that live on that section of the 3rd Ward. That includes East 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 19th Avenue, 18th Avenue, 17th. All those areas that are getting flooded every time there's a little bit of rain, you are the one suffering. You are the one losing everything. And it's my job to continue advocating to all of you. So with that being said, I'm not gonna tolerate that we pass those comments that the CSO and the separation of the sewer have nothing to do with the flooding, because it's definitely have a lot to do. A lot of the areas that they never been flooding before in the city of Paterson, now we get water left and right, and that's because of that. So with that being said, I look forward to see a plan to address those problems. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Plans change all the time. We have need throughout the whole city. We will eventually address the other need that Councilman Mendez stated. That doesn't mean that this doesn't need to get done. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
This administration inherits a lot of things that have been behind. That's why I made clear that this is a order from 2017. The project identified in 2020 is the one on Route 19th Avenue, and so on. So when we speak about, my ward sits in the middle of every ward. So to the residents of East 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, and 24, and East 31st on the left side that belongs in the 5th Ward, I'm still gonna be advocating for you and making sure that your concern are heard. But we are here for the 2017 mandate, and that's what we're here for. When this bid is approved, they have to come in front of us with a scope of work, and everything that was approved in that bid. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we're going to take all of items, first reading?
First reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Second.
Item 12?
I think it's number 12. Okay. Next item on the agenda is our first reading ordinances. Item number 12. For first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance banning cannabis Use in Public Places, amending and supplementing Paterson Code Chapter 113, Article 2, entitled Consumption in Public. Department of Police, sponsored by Councilman Velez.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 12 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Khan.
I'm sorry, but I thought that this was gonna get put on, amending something else that we had ready, in place already.
It is. This is.
They don't say that in here.
Amending and supplementing Paterson Code Chapter 113.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
I thought it was amending something. I mean, why you still got cannabis in there?
No, number 12.
Number 12. It's a first reading
Amending
ordinance.
the current ordinance.
I don't know what they meant.
Cannabis, smoking cannabis.
So,
Yes.
Your vote is yes. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item number 12, I think during the workshop, we have a very extensive discussion, and Corporation Council make a clear statement that that this item, it's already included within the state law. My only argument, and I'm in full support of, I'm against smoking in public because it's already against the law. So Corporation Council specifically stated that was under the state, and the state it still is against the law. But I'm not gonna say no to this because I'm in full support of the situation that we have. People have no respect, and they smoking everywhere and in public. So it's already against the law, but I'm not gonna stay against it. So my vote is yes on first reading.
Councilman Mims.
Pass.
Councilman Rivera.
I'm gonna have to look more into this matter. I'm gonna have to have other conversations with Corporation Council. I'm gonna abstain from voting at this time.
Councilman Velez.
So I'm not gonna pass on it just because I went deep on this consumption in public. And what we're doing is to put the same rules and regulation that the drinking in public has, including cannabis. So we could have a big discussion probably in the next workshop. This is a first reading. I know this will benefit all those individuals that probably do not participate in cannabis, but also at the same time, it will benefit all those that use cannabis because the state rules are more strict and the penalties are higher. So we want to be in the same way that we have created ordinance the same level of the state that we have implemented at the TCOP in the city of Paterson. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I'm looking at this ordinance. I agree with the content in there, but I'm going to look at the teeth of this real quick, and now why my DocuWare is not opening up. So this is amending what we have in place for alcohol, like Councilman Velez said. But I'm looking at the fine, right? So this is also meaning alcohol. So someone could be drinking in public, pounding them back, and they get fined $100.
Up from 100 to...
Not less than 100, and not exceeding 2,000. So the prosecutor could give a plea deal for $100. I don't know if anyone has been down the shore, and if you've been caught drinking in public down the shore, or better yet, go to North Haledon, William Paterson kids, if they drink in public, underage drinking, it's like a $350 fine or a $500 fine. Corporation Council, I know we're in the middle of vote. Did you guys lower the fine for alcohol with this amendment? May I, Council President? Because I don't know, usually we have the outline changes.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman, I'd have to double check that. I believe the fine was increased from $50, but I'd have to double check it. I don't know offhand.
Yeah, I just need that information. I think we have to look into that because this is adding cannabis and alcohol together also. So at this time, it's first reading. I do agree. I know there's a state law, but this allows our police officers to issue TCOPs for local ordinances that are violated. Cannabis is legal. I respect it. You should smoke it in your own home, not walking past on your morning walk. You shouldn't be. All right, so I do believe that it shouldn't be just natural, like you're smoking a cigarette as you walk your dog, right? People could get contact high. I've been hearing it already from my constituents that they smell it going through. It's the law of the land. It's going to be here, but you know what? You want to smoke it in your own private house and everything there. So I will vote yes. Thank you.
Your vote is yes, Councilman?
Yep.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's like people, most of the time, no matter where you walk now, Council Conley, you smell a whiff of something. Like just walking down the street, you have a whiff of. I don't know how. Is this going to be regulated? I mean, can I call up police and say the guy walking past the street is smoking reefer? Do you go get it? Do you go get him arrested? Like, I don't know how this is going to affect everything. You got to really look deep into what you kind of asking. That we want, and even now, people still walking down the street drinking beer in a brown bag. Cannabis is legal. I think you can have 6 ounces of it and be all right. As long as you don't smoke it, you can keep 6 ounces with you. I don't know how we're gonna be able to handle with this smoking cannabis. I mean, all this stuff was never even thought about when they put it on the vote for people to vote for having recreation marijuana, what was going to be the outcome. With that, I can't see how we're going to be able to handle this, so with that, I'm going to abstain.
Councilman Mims?
So, I mean, Councilwoman Cotton, you couldn't have said it any better. I haven't heard of the last time they stopped somebody for smoking in public. So we have a lot of issues in our city with vagrancy, homeless, and so many other things going on. There was a huge fight, and I have to go back to the fight from Senator Ron Rice for these type of situations that impacted and violated the Black and brown community heavily. That's why these laws were put in place. There are still Black and brown people, that men and women, that are still fighting to get their records expunged. There's a 3-step process. They're still fighting to get their credit rectified. They're fighting for housing opportunities, and it goes on and on. So for me, and I know this is a situation, but I just don't see how it's enforceable with the law that says up to 6 ounces. I'm sure that we all agree. No one wants anyone smoking in their face, but I go to many restaurants in the city and they do a lot of stuff in these restaurants. But with that being said, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna abstain until we identify how we definitely will be able to enforce. I just don't see, I don't want to put our police department in a precarious situation of trying to enforce something that there's a mandate against it. It's like double work. We have loud noise. We have so many issues going on in the community. So I just don't want to put our police officers in a precarious situation or have to get into some level of debacle over trying to identify what are their limits, what can they do or not. So with that being said, I'm going to abstain from this first reading vote until we can clearly define. And in closing, I still would like to get an update. This council voted on wanting to get the ordinance amended with cannabis. And we still have not understood what happened after the mayor did a veto. I'm gonna keep asking until we find out. I don't know why we're voting on something new for cannabis when we don't know what the mayor, his veto did. So it just doesn't make sense to me. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is abstention, but to the administration, I would like a full review on what happens with that, with the vote that was done by the mayor. Thank you.
Madam President?
So, I'm a little confused. I hear some of my colleagues, you know, an abstention is a yes. So if you're not in support, which I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not in support of 12, because I'm with Councilwoman Mims. I have been asking, and you guys know how much I've been asking to bring back, okay, the cannabis ordinance, right? And so I'm saying to myself, we haven't even done that yet. So putting this into this ordinance, I'm hearing kind of like everyone here, because they don't have all the information, you're abstaining from it, but it's a yes, this is passing into a second reading. Okay, so it should be a no, so it fails in first reading, then we bring it back, okay, with, if we need to bring it back. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so everybody's saying abstain, abstain, it passed.
So are you gonna allow us to speak again, Council President?
Well.
Because after you vote,
Yeah,
then.
that's what she's saying, so just say no.
So what all I'm trying to say is that I wanted to understand, because the abstention is a yes, and I'm in agreement with you,
Council
right?
President,
I'm in agreement,
this ordinance has nothing to do with the mayor or vetoing the cannabis.
and that's correct, but what I'm saying is,
So-
speaking about cannabis, which is now legal at the state level,
Well,
legal at the state level, right?
Right, exactly. So
No, but I'm
anybody
saying
could
this,
come
like,
in
I wanna see
Paterson and
fines, I
smoke
wanna see
outside.
higher fines, if that is something we're going to do. Okay, so, I'm sorry,
Council President, go ahead.
what?
You vote now.
No, if a colleague of mine wants to change their vote, they can do that. I haven't voted yet. Councilman Rivera, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
How many yeses we got, that's all? How many yeses are there?
There's, the abstentions, there's 1, 2,
Right.
3,
They don't-
4
don't
abstentions.
Council President, I
No.
would not reconsider my vote because I'm keeping my abstention. I'm just waiting for you to finish. And I just want to clarify what an abstention is. Because although.
No, I know what an abstention is.
Oh, no, but I wanna put it on the-
But I'm saying an abstention, understanding that an abstention is, okay, you're not ready to say a yes or a no, right?
So
So I understand that.
when you vote, I'm going to speak my piece.
Council
All right.
President, it's 5 so far in favor and 3 abstain. And we're waiting for your vote.
5 yeses and 3 abstentions,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, which are also considered, okay. So this item passed, no. My vote is no. No, I know, I understand, but I'm voting no on this.
You're voting no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 abstain. Item number 12 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting and the public hearing on November 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Okay. Okay, Madam
Council President,
Councilman,
I know we don't entertain other things that is not on the agenda, but let me just make it clear. In all the years, I hardly ever abstain, but an abstention, although it represents, is equivalent to a yes vote, it's not a no vote. A voter may abstain from voting for many reasons. One of them might be that you may not have enough information about the issue. And just like Councilwoman Mims stated, I remember working in City Hall many years back, and you remember we have benches outside? It is illegal to drink in public. You will have people the whole summer drinking in those benches without a shirt, drinking in the benches with the beers in plain view. You had an officer sitting in the front, not a security guard, an officer, and instead of issuing the summons every time they were out there, the city decided to move the benches. They removed the benches from
I
in front of City
remember
Hall.
that.
So at this time, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but an abstention, and I hardly ever abstain. I vote either yes or no. But in this instance, I'm going to have to evaluate my vote because I understand the concept that Councilman Velez is bringing to the table. But I need to evaluate it more. I need to read it more to get an understanding. Because, and you stated, Councilwoman Mims, you stated some of your concerns, and I'm in agreement with some of those concerns. So that's the reason for my abstention. My intent was not for it to fail, but I don't want it shown like Councilwoman Cotton stated. I don't want to show on the record voting either way, either a yes or a no. Thank you.
And that's fine, and it's good you clarified. I still say that we needed to do more work on it. That's why I would have preferred not to have it for first reading, but it is fine. We are council and we have a decision to make, and that's the vote. So we'll move on. Madam Clerk, I'd like to take 13, 14, and 15 together, as they are all handicap parking spaces. I think they just did them in 3 resos because they were long.
Yeah, these are 3 for handicap parking
Yes,
spaces.
they're all
And then the
establishing.
other one is the drop-off, that's different. Okay, next items for first reading is item number 13, 14, and 15. Hold on, Council President, yes. Okay, item number, for first reading, no public hearing is required. Item number 13 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 383 Ellison Street, 245 East 25th Street, 138 East 32nd Street, 56 North 3rd Street, 117 East 26th Street, 652 East 32nd Street, 493 Totowa Avenue, 224 East 26th Street, 410 11th Avenue, 252 Harrison Street, 403 East 29th Street, and 229 22nd Avenue, Department of Public Works. That's number 13. Number 14, for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. 63 Arch Street, 109 Paterson Avenue, 178 Beach Street, 27 Queen Street, 170 Liberty Street, 9 Sealy Street, 25 North York Street, 41 East 13th Street, 152 North 3rd Street, 1013 East 19th Street, 30 Redwood Avenue, 312 East 23rd Street, 111 Redwood Avenue, 443 East 24th Street, 96 Sherman Avenue, 489 East 24th Street, 315 Fair Street, 497 East 25th Street, 64 Marshall Street, and 869 East 24th Street, Department of Public Works. Item number 15.
Move.
For first reading, no public hearing required. An ordinance establishing handicapped parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 72 Arch Street, 296 Heritage Place, 172 Carbon Street, 5-7 English Place, 158 East 16th Street, 24 Manchester Avenue, 1017 East 23rd Street, 96 North 3rd Street, 224 East 24th Street, 140 North 4th Street, 675 East 25th Street, and 345 Sussex Street, 1081 East 28th Street, 301 6th Avenue, 498 East 33rd Street, 96 17th Avenue, 383 East 37th Street, 409 21st Avenue, 422 Addison Street, 161 2nd Avenue, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 13, 14, and 15.
Yes. Roll call on items 13, 14, and 15 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Items 13, 14, and 15 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting, November 9th, 2021, at 7 p.m.
Thank you very much. Item 16, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Next item is item number 16, for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating a school drop-off and pickup zone on North 2nd Street for Paterson Public School Number 12, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 16 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
So before I vote, I want to point out a few things. This arrangement was made with members of the administration and the school, which I agree with. But I had to go out there and reorganize or renegotiate the terms because the residents weren't even considered. The residents who live in the area weren't spoken to. So although we did resolve the issue, now there's an ongoing matter where there's teachers and residents that are continuing to be ticketed for the street cleaning. So, Corporation Council, I've already spoken with the director of DPW with regard to those tickets. I have stacks of them because there was a MOU, so to speak, that was created. That was an understanding that there's going to be certain allowances in that area that wasn't honored. So we're going to need to address that. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Anything for our children, my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Just to reiterate what Councilman Jackson is saying, yes, there was an agreement between the school district and the DPW that any schools that had a issue because teachers parked there and this and that, they was going to designate the school the cleaning crews to go around the area of the sidewalk in the school to clean it to avoid that they ticket the teachers. That was an agreement way back. I think we could revisit again and remind the director of that agreement way back. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera, it's number 16, drop off and pick up for school number 12.
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam
Yes.
President. I think Councilman Abdelaziz back.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz, thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
All right. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 16 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of November 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
Okay, so council members, the last thing we have is items 1 through 11. This went to committee, workshop, first reading. We are now in second reading, and we have to open, each one has to have a public hearing. So I'm going to ask that you please be brief. I think that we can do this very quickly. I think we know we are all in support of all of these items. Councilwoman Cotton, kudos to you, okay? And to the chair and every council member here. So, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Yes?
can we have the public hearing for all 1 to 11 at once?
So I asked that to Corporation Council in the past, if I can, and you cannot. It has to go on record that each item, Corporation Council, is that not what you said to me?
Individually.
That's my understanding, Madam Clerk.
Yes, you're correct, individually, because they're all different items.
Okay.
But saying that, Madam President, knowing that unless there will be a packed room,
No, I can't do that. It's gonna, the
Councilman,
process
just
is.
continue.
well, you
process.
continue.
Let's continue,
So,
Madam
Madam
President.
Clerk, Madam Clerk, we're
Let's go.
gonna take
Let's
1
go fast.
through 11. So we're gonna open, close, so you can put on record. And obviously, we have our wonderful Amelinda up there. I know we drive you crazy sometimes, right? So, Madam Clerk, let's go with number 1.
Number 1?
Number 1.
Okay, our next items are our second reading ordinances. Item number 1, public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Sassafras Street between Van Blarcombe Street and River Street as a one-way street westbound. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21041.
Second.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Mendez. and
I think
Velez.
it was Councilman Mendez and
Okay,
Velez.
yeah,
Public
the
hearing.
public hearing is now open.
See no one move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Madam Clerk, can I ask you something? Can we, in order to move these, can you say all in favor and everyone says
Aye.
aye, that you don't have to do each one?
No,
No,
yeah. let's-
individual vote, it have to say aye, yes, no.
Okay.
Yes, I think no.
So it's not a clerk fault we get out here late.
We are recording all of this, and it's being documented. I prefer to have it done the proper way, just in case something happens, and if I have to go to court, that
Understood.
transcript is going to.
Understood.
Right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
on
We'll
item number
get-
1.
We'll get through that. Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Albert, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
Next.
Item number 2.
Number 2. Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control intersection of Butler Street and Sassafras Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21042.
Second.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. The public hearing is now open on item number 2.
See no one move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 2, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed on item number 2.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 2 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Yes, next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control intersection of Highland Street and Sassafras Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21042.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. The public hearing is now open on
See
item
no
Move to
move to
close.
close.
Can I at least finish the sentence?
Second.
Closed by,
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman, was it Cotton?
And
Roll call,
Roll
Madam
call
Clerk,
to close.
to close the public portion.
yeah.
Public
Roll call
hearing.
to close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilwoman Cotton.
yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is now closed on item number 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 3 for
Roll-
second reading approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you. Item number 4.
Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance designating May Street between River Street and Highland Street as a one-way street eastbound. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21044.
Second.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. The public hearing is now open on
See no one
item
move to
number
close.
4.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call,
No,
Madam
second by
Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
I'm sorry.
MC not there.
Oh, yeah, I thought I heard him. Oh, my God. Councilwoman Mims, I'm sorry.
Melina, you got that.
Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam President?
Yes.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is now closed on item number 4.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 4 for second reading approval.
Roll call on item number 4 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 5 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control in the section of Butler Street and May Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 2104.
Second.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Mendez. The public hearing is now open on item number 5.
See no, move to
Same,
close.
Close.
Moved to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. The roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 5.
Yeah, roll call to close the public hearing for item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed on item number 5.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5 for approval.
Roll call on item number 5 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 6.
Next item is item number 6 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control intersection of Butler Street and Sparrow Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21046.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open on
See
item
no,
number
move
6.
to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second
Yes.
by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 6.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call
For item
item
number
number
6.
6 for second reading.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on second reading. Number 7.
Thank you very much. Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 7 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control in the section of Highland Street and Sparrow Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21047.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Mims. The public hearing is now open on item number 7.
See no, move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 7.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 7. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is now closed for item number 7.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7 for second reading
Right.
approval.
Roll call for item number 7 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Number 8.
Item number 8.
Next item is item number 8 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 11th Avenue and East 37th Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21048.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendez.
Yep.
The public hearing is now open on
Seeing
item
no
number
move to
8.
close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and
Vote.
second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 8.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Absolutely, I know. This is to close, so I'll save my comments for next. Yes, to close.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is now closed on item number 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 8 for second reading approval.
Yes, roll call for item number 8 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is just another example of council members, the council actually taking matters into our own hands to provide a measure of public safety, because obviously this administration has no concept of doing so. So we have to make sure that we inundate the entire community with four-way stops just to ensure people aren't run over and children are safe in the community. It's bad, but you know what? We gotta do what we have to do. So I know you was long awaited, and those residents in this area have been screaming for this for quite some time. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm definitely in full support of pushing this forward. I did that at the committee meeting. I'm doing that now. That's in one of the sections of the third ward that have the biggest problem with speeding. I put the East 30 and 11th Avenue, and the accident went way down. I mean, the community, they're excited, and I know there's going to be a big impact in a positive way. If you pass by Brilliant and East 35th, you will see the speed limit clock there. If you pass by 19th Avenue and East 36, East 38, you will see the speed limit clock there. Thank you to the police department for the help, but we gotta control the speed in Paterson. Please slow down. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
And so I'm really excited. After the vote on tonight, upon approval, it takes 20 days for this to be established. All of the residents in that area, I've already talked to. I will be coming back out on the day that they put this in place. I'm asking the administration to make sure DPW, Madam BA, for these items, can we make sure, especially on 37th and 11th, that they put the cone so that people are aware, because they speed at a high rate coming down that hill, that we can put the extra cone for maybe about 30 days so people will get adjusted to that. But there was a major accident where 5 young people almost lost their lives, and some are still paralyzed right in that vicinity. So I'm really looking forward to this. I want to thank the DPW committee for taking this request. I've been pushing it for a couple of years, but I'm glad it's getting done. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Well, when you see this blinking lights red, the stop sign red and blinking, and you see the reducing speed signs blinking, don't think it's a Christmas tree that we planted in there. Make sure you stop, make sure you reduce your speed, okay? So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
So y'all know I didn't support this item in first reading. No, I did not.
No, she did not.
No, I did not, because I don't feel that, we should be putting stop signs in every other corner. But understanding, I live there, so it's in the morning, the traffic is horrendous. but also understanding that there is and has been issues with speeding. I'm going to support it in the second reading. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay.
Number 9.
Item number 9?
Next item is item number 9 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Butler Street between Lion Street and 6th Avenue as a one-way street northbound. Department of Public Works Ordinance 21049.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open on item number 9.
See no move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 9.
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing. Number 9, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public hearing is now closed on item number 9.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9 for second reading approval.
Correct. Roll call on item number 9 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Next item is item number 10 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control in the section of 8th Avenue and East 26th Street, Department of Public Works, Ordinance 21050.
So moved.
Second.
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Mendez and second by Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open on item number 10.
See no move to close.
Close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez and second by Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10.
I'm sorry, Council President. Who seconded this? Councilman Velez?
Yes, second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get that. I'm sorry. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 10. Councilman Abdelaziz? Number 10, Councilman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez? Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Public hearing is now closed on item number 10.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10 for second reading approval.
We'll call on item number 10 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another section of the third ward that the resident of that area, they definitely will appreciate it. Appreciate the four-way stop sign. There's been multiple accidents on that corner. I'm definitely having conversation with a lot of them, and they're looking forward to see that into those places. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
Paterson, I worked on this item for 3 years, asking, begging before even the accidents. I'm really grateful that tonight it will be approved to get done. We were there on the scene, Councilman Abdelaziz with one of his colleagues from his job, but she tried to save the man's life as we were on the scene of this fatality. So my prayers continually go out to the family and to other people that had accidents in this area. I'm glad that something is going to happen in this area within 20 days after tonight's vote. And I'm glad it took a long time, but it's getting done. My vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Last item, item number 11.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 11 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing always stop control in the section of 9th Avenue and East 26th Street, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Ordinance 21051.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Mendez and Velez. The public hearing is now open on item number 11.
See no move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Mendez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11 for the public hearing, close the public hearing. Oh,
Yes,
Lord.
roll call then. Item number 11 to close the public hearing. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
To close, yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
To close, yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 11.
Thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 11 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes, Councilman Mims will explain.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So let me go back. The last item we approved was on 8th Ave where there's been accidents. This item that we're approving now is where the fatality took place. So I have to put it back on record. Councilman Abdelaziz knows. His colleague is now a walker in my block. She walks on my block because of our due diligence that night. So our prayers go out to this family once again, and I will definitely be out there, and we will definitely do something in honor of him that lost his life on that particular night because of the speeding that happens, not just on 9th Ave, but 8th Ave as well. Glad that the committee took this, and we're making some changes. Thank you to the council. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
You know, this is a record breaking. I have Councilwoman Ruby Khan bringing 8 ordinances for public, for safety pedestrian and making sure that her ward is covered based on the concern of the community, especially Mrs. Raquel Amador, bringing forward situation to her and she bringing to the community. And 3 ordinances by Councilwoman Mims that she's been lobbying for many, many years as we sitting in the DPW committee. But this number 11, you know, is his home. The individual that passed away in this accident is related to my son, Adrian Marte, and behalf of me, the council, and I know that probably if you're going to do something, please let me know, because this family will understand that we took action. And let me put something clear, council member would agree with me, councilwoman. This is the work that we as council members do and interact with the community out there. This whole initiative do not come from behalf of the administration. It comes on behalf of the legislation that every council member can bring forward in this city. So that speaks highly that we are involved in the community, that we get the concern and we take it seriously. So my vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Close.
That was like a legal term.
Move to close by everybody.
That was like
Move
a
to
legal-
close by Councilman Mendez and second by Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, October 26th.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the Municipal Council regular meeting of October 26, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So before I close, I have a few remarks to the residents of Paxton Street. Thank you for your patience while we repaved that road. I know many of you are happy. That was a promise that I made in 2016 when I first ran, and we got it done and reconfigured that roadway in the 6th Ward, District 10 area. That's probably the last road that needs to be repaved. So I'm glad that we got that whole district done. Trunk or treat. We're having our 6th Ward trunk or treat, 12 to 2 at the parking lot behind School 25, Vernon Ave entrance. Please bring out your kids. We had a little, we couldn't have it last year. I look forward to seeing everyone. I know many of you have called me and want to enter your car. It's always great for the 6th Ward community to come together, give the kids a safe environment to participate in Halloween. And last but not least, I did receive many calls about the sewer bills. I am going to try to work with the council and the administration on a way to alleviate the burden on the homeowner. This is the new formula that was approved by the council, but I think we're gonna try it with the BA. I'm gonna try to propose something that will alleviate the burden along with my council colleagues to bring down the cost towards the residents and probably move it towards the commercial and government entities. So with that being said, it's not falling on deaf ears or try to fight this change, but now we gotta look for more solutions to alleviate the burden on our residents. Everyone have a good night. I will see you next Tuesday, no meeting, right, Madam Clerk?
Thursday.
No, we have,
Thursday.
next Thursday. We have
Thursday.
election on Tuesday. It's Thursday. Thank you, Madam President.
Please, everyone, go out and vote. 6th Ward residents, you'll be receiving the mailer that I always send out to you. You'll see the partners that I need to be reelected come November. We need some numbers in the 6th Ward. That letter should be going to your households in the next couple of days. I will see you out as I go door to door. Please exercise your right to vote. Please go out early vote if you can at ICPC, West Side Firehouse. And I'm also urging the residents, we have the Clifton Library. During early voting, you could go vote at the Clifton Library, which is only about a half mile from Crooks Ave in the South Paterson, Lakeview area. But you'll see the letter. You'll see why my reasons I'm supporting these candidates. Everyone have a good night. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're
If
welcome,
any
sir.
member of the 6th Ward receives that letter, you don't need it, please let me see it. I would love to, I'd be so interested to see who the councilman of the 6th Ward is endorsing,
I could guess.
supporting. Oh, you already have one, Councilman?
I could guess,
Oh,
and
well.
I think I'll be 100% accurate too.
I'm sure we all can
You'll
guess.
see on election day results.
You got
you'll
it,
know.
you got it.
We
Councilman.
deliver winners. So.
I'm with you, Councilman.
But, tonight was eye-opening. I had an opportunity to travel over here and see what, real work looks like. While we're approving four-way stops, they're creating jobs and ensuring that local contractors, and specifically focusing on the minority groups, are having opportunities at the bidding process. We haven't done that here yet. They take pride in themselves with converting Section 8 residents into homeowners. That's a very big deal, while we have taken pride in ourselves in allowing for multi-millionaires to continue to get richer off of our community. We have a long way to go in Paterson, people, and I think it starts, with first a desire to want to do better for your community. And I have yet to see that here. What I see is, our community just being another stepping stone or a piggy bank for everyone else. But not gonna labor it long, Councilman. I know you're excited about going next. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm excited about going home, Councilman Jackson. Gotta take my kids to school early morning as well. I'm supporting everyone who is Councilman Abdulaziz is supporting, except one Board of Ed candidate, I believe. I will see his letter when it comes out. I'm supporting Miss Lemons, 1G. Don't forget to vote 1G on your Board of Ed election. Also, I have been receiving many calls about sewer bills as well.
Councilman Kalik, I'm sorry. Aren't you sitting in as the president?
Am I?
Yeah, I didn't
Oh,
call
yeah,
you.
you're the-
And I didn't call your name yet.
I think
so
she's coming back.
Let me go
I'm
on to
sorry.
Councilman Mendez.
I'll speak later.
Not a problem. You could take
I got
it.
too excited. Thank you.
Got excited. Thank you. But you started well with Shaniqua Lemo for the Board of a great candidate, excellent. But you know what? First of all, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote,
welcome.
let me just invite all the Third Ward residents to our town hall meeting tomorrow. We're gonna have a great discussion about the East Side Neighborhood Association. We're gonna have Gianfranco of the Historic Preservation. We're gonna have a lot of education for our community. the director special is going to be on the Zoom, economic development, Mike Powell. We're going to have a great discussion. I have a few texts about other members of the community that don't live in the third ward. Yes, you could log in. You don't have to be in the third ward. I understand that. You're more than welcome to be part of the conversation. I get, every time I do my meeting, I get residents from the entire city of Paterson. I was a councilman at large before, and I've been serving the entire city of Paterson at large, at the Board of Ed, and as a councilman at large, and now I'm your third ward councilman. But I'm here just to serve the community. That's my only hope, and that's what I'm looking forward to do. So let's have a great dialogue tomorrow. Also, have a great conversation with some of the residents on East 42nd Street, totally paved, nice and blacktop. East 31st was fixed already. Also, and East 17 is going to be done by the end of the month, the latest, the beginning of next month. Madam BA provide me that information. Fresh, I've been calling them because I'm getting a lot of calls from my constituents, but we're going to get it done. Paterson, I know this Sunday is Halloween. I'm going to be around with my Superman costume. Corporation Council, you get ready. I don't know what you're planning to do. Spider-Man, all right? I got my, let's get ready. So let's have a great time. Let's enjoy Halloween. Attention parents, do not allow your children to go out by themselves to do trick-or-treating. Please take your children out. Have a great time as a family. Just enjoy Halloween if you celebrate Halloween. But please do not allow your children to go out on their own on this Halloween weekend, okay? So God bless you, Paterson. Let's continue to pray for our community. And once again, Patersonian, please slow down. On 18th Avenue, East 38 and 19th Avenue, you see the speed limit clock there. East 35th and Breland, you see another speed limit clock. And I'm having meeting block by block in the third ward, having conversation on how we're going to address the quality of life issues in the third ward. If you have any question for your councilman, reach out to me, 973-930-1436. God bless you, Paterson. Good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Councilman Khalid, Madam Clerk.
He voted.
Okay, Councilman Khalid, you can vote
Yes, I could vote now, right?
The vote is yes?
Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Mims?
So there's so many events this weekend. Pick 2, 5. There's so many events for Halloween. So pick a few of them. There's so many. So kudos to every organization that goes above and beyond to make sure that our community, our children, have treats that are safe and in safe environments. I know the Fright Fest is at the amphitheater, and then you have so many others. I want to commend Humble Beginnings, Akbar McIntyre, and Shambe for the amazing event on Saturday. I also want to thank them because I was really surprised to receive the Progressive Leadership Award and to be able to commentate. The work that we do day in and day out, sometimes it's arduous and it could be exhaustive, but it's really rewarding when you know that you're helping the great residents in the city of Paterson. So with that being said, Paterson, let's keep pushing. Today, my son, who's 18, he'll be turning 19, was able to vote for the very first time. I am so grateful. I got 350 18-year-olds registered, and they are voting. One person can change the election. I think these 350 kids are going to change the election, and they are making their votes count. He did a video. It was really nice to hear what he said and to see, and they all agree on the candidates of choice. We are all standing in agreement. I believe that we'll be victorious on the night of election. It'll be such a landslide that we won't even have to wait for the extra votes. I'm already declaring it and decreeing it in the atmosphere. Paterson, you know what to do. Team Mem's database, you know what we're rocking with. So let's get it done, let's make it happen, and let's keep building and moving the city forward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So really quick, when I got elected, I was elected to work with whoever the voters elected also to be mayor, to work with this administration. When I get reelected, I'm going to work with whoever the residents decide to get to elect or re-elect. So I'm passing that comment because we often hear all this complaining. For 3 years, the same. If you tune every meeting in YouTube, you will hear the same comments. So one of the council members tried to correct me pertaining to the New Jersey Set Aside Act, which was adopted by the state. That that statement made by that council person is correct. It was adopted in 1984. The only thing we don't have, though, is we don't have the program. So that's what I meant. Instead of complaining all the time, we could set up to 25% of the private contracts that we issue, which will be awarded to minorities, women and veterans owned businesses. So I'm here to try to find solutions and improve the quality of life of my residents and the citizens. So that being said, I noticed that a lot of people also complaining about the sewer. We're going to continue to work also to relieve some of the burden. Remember, this was something that was newly implemented when the state has been recommending for many years to create a sewer utility. The sewer utility was created, and it was voted unanimously, except I think Councilman Jackson was absent. It was voted by everyone here. The intent was not to increase, but let me ask the residents at home and my council colleagues. You could provide the answer next meeting, because if you do, maybe I'll retire from the business. If we were only collecting $12 million and you set up a utility means that the operation needs to be self-sustained. That means that if we have 18 million of expenses, we need to collect 18 million, right? It needs to be self-sustained. We were only collecting 12 million at the time, I think more or less, I'm throwing an estimate, around $12 million at the time we created the utility. That means that we were short about $6 million. That was being picked up by the taxpayers. So what we try to do is put that burden, remove it from the taxpayers and put it on the non-for-profits, the schools, the churches, the county, all the entities that don't pay taxes. Now, this is what I want to ask my colleagues and the residents at home. Tell me, how is it possible that if you're moving $6 million from the tax base and putting it in the sewer fees because it's required by law, it wasn't an option. You create the utility, you have to collect those fees. How is it possible that we move and we try to collect an additional $6 million and your fees don't go up? I just looked up, Madam BA, we need to look at this in the future and find ways, because I was looking at Wayne, and it says here, effective January 1st, 2020, a single-family dwelling, they have a different breakdown than we do. But it's interesting because one of the questions we ask here is, how are we charging? I know there's not many, but how are we charging those neighboring towns that are connected to us? And it's interesting. So this is a quick breakdown. Single-family dwelling pays $472 as of 2020 in Wayne. A doctor's and dentist's office in a single-family dwelling, $720. Garden apartments and condominium unit, $292. Senior citizen apartment units, $176. All units outside of the township, $708. So my question is, if any other town, this is what I said the whole time when we were doing this, there is no one specific way to structure the billing. So we got to find ways to try to relieve, and again, you're working on some, Madam BA, but we have to make sure that we work towards relieving some of the burden that you know, the residents have seen through the sewer bills. And the last thing I'm going to say, I know, listen, other council members spoke for it, but this is important because everybody's calling about the sewer. The reason you see a bigger bill now is because you only made one payment during the year. And now you got one bill. Now you got one bill for the rest of the year. And that's what's making it bigger. For example, a one-family home, it went up $11 a month, give or take, you know, but it's around $11. A two-family home went up, I think, around $20 a month. But again, it's just the beginning. We got to work until, you know, releasing some of that burden from the homeowners. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Madam EA, thank you for your patience today. As I always going to request things that really matters in the whole entire city, but at the same time in the Fifth Ward. Before the school started, and I want to make the record clear, I requested to reinstate the Safe Corridor program that we have in the past around Eastside High School, Kennedy, okay? And I spoke to Sharon Easton, she directed me to Deputy Chief McClive. into the situation get resolved, please, I would like to have more presence of police around our schools. Because I see a lot of people doing videos, and I did this, I did that, but sometimes a lot of things is not even announced because safety precaution of it, and making sure that our students receive the security that they need around our schools, okay? And that's an initiative had to be continued, and every year when the school starts. You know, I always try to support, I wish I could support every candidate in this election, but fortunately we had to choose 3 individuals that being experienced, have been there on the board. I know a lot of people have passion to do what they have to do, but right now, as everybody knows, I'm supporting 2, 3, 4, and no more. Commissioner Redmond, Commissioner Martinez, and also Commissioner Castillo. I think they have done a great job, especially when they got hit with the pandemic, and making sure that our students receive the instruction at home, and also making sure that teachers come back to school. And this is something that probably a lot of outsiders from that come to Paterson to work don't like, but we needed to put those kids back to school, and we needed to do what we have to do. If the school district has a budget, we always said they have a budget, $600 million. We make sure that they are responsible, fiscally responsible, accountable of that budget. But I always say that's a separate entity. They're the one that do the things with their board. I just want to also announce, I have to say in Spanish, señores, más caballeros, yo estoy apoyando a 3 candidatos para la Junta de Educación. Recuerde ir a votar por 2, 3, 4, nadie más, por la señorita Redmond, el señor Manny Martínez y la señorita Castillo. Son los candidatos que yo estoy apoyando para la Junta de Educación. Creo que han trabajado arduamente en esta pandemia y creo que han garantizado que la seguridad y los estudiantes de nuestra escuela regresen sin ninguna dificultad. A muchas personas no les gusta la situación de que han regresado a la escuela, pero era necesario que nuestros estudiantes regresaran a la escuela. Y last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, on October 30th, after 4 or 5 o'clock, and moving forward, a good restaurant, banquet hall, is coming to the 5th Ward and 27 Park Avenue. It's called Cafecito, and I hope everybody take the opportunity.
It's a soft open.
Please.
What was that?
It's a soft open. But go ahead and vote.
Yeah, but I didn't want to say by invitation only, that one. But yes, after the event is over, it's going to be open from that point on to serve anyone that comes in. And trust me, you're not going to regret it, because Cafecito came to stay in the 5th Ward. I know a lot of people would love him to go to a different ward, but he chose it to have the heart of Paterson. So, Madam Clerk, saying that and knowing that my council president want to leave before 11:30, my vote is yes.
Oh,
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
he was going on for 30 minutes already, right?
Not really.
I'm just sorry. Thank you.
The closing, it's been 20 minutes.
Okay.
We're closing.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Clerk, I just want to say to the public out there that I'm so happy for my Butler Street, Highland Street to be able to get the stop sign. We've been waiting really a long time for that. I want to say to the BA, please, please, that Barber Park, those issues over there, I have said it so many times, I need for you to get that water fixed, because winter's coming and it drains right down the street to Fair Street, down to Rosa Parks Boulevard, and it's nothing but a sheet of ice. Every winter it's nothing but a sheet of ice. Also, I just want to say to my constituents, you always hear me talk about crime prevention through environmental design. I'm doing a cleanup on November 13th. We're going to be on Godwin Avenue between Rosa Parks Boulevard and Auburn Street. So if you can come out November 13th, please do. I also want to say that, you know, the election is coming. I want to say that I had the opportunity, and I met him before, and when I went to Washington, D.C., James Clyburn was here in the city of Paterson. He's from Columbia, South Carolina. He told me his mom was born in Bishopville, South Carolina, where I was born. So, but he came here to make sure that we not move backwards in the state of New Jersey, and to vote the Row A Democratic team for this coming election. I just want to say sometimes, you know, I've been in elections for many, many years and dealing with my husband, and I can just clearly remember, and I'm going to tell you, I worked with Councilwoman Vera Ames, I worked with Councilman Jesse Dixon, I worked with Assemblywoman Lisa Evans, I worked with freeholder Tanisha Way. To me, you need to work and you understand the role of being in office. But don't forget, we still have our school board. You must vote. It's important that you all come out and vote. And I want to say to my constituents out there, we got the sewer bill. You can call me up, and I've been trying to explain it the best I could with it, that we went from a flat rate. The bill is prorated back to January of 2021, so we need to make sure, and you see how much you have paid. But I just want to say also, too, to Jamie Bland, you had an excellent, beautiful Keeping the Dream Alive. We had the Blue Magic, and I'm telling you, it was really a good show. Jamie, I love you when you do that, keeping the dream alive, because a lot of us need to be able to keep our dream alive for things that we need to do for our community and what we need to do. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Thank you very much. I had the pleasure on Sunday of also being at the leadership meeting at St. Luke's Baptist Church with Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims and our Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter and Assemblyman Benji Wimberly and others, Senator Gordon. And one of the things that was interesting to me, you know, in having the conversation was how he was, you are correct, Councilwoman Cotton, you know, for us to continue to move forward. And he was very specific in his support, souls to the polls, so in support of Governor Phil Murphy and Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, our Senator Poe. We have the two Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter and Assemblyman Benji Wimberly, our county surrogate to be Zola Casanova, and to our county commissioners, Passaic County Commissioners, Cassandra Lazara, Assad Akhtar, and Commissioner Bartlett. And that would be the A team, row A. In addition, don't forget, for those that still have their vote by mail ballots at home, please, you can still vote early by filling out your ballots, turning them around, and making sure that you vote for school board. This year, I am supporting Shaniqua Lemon 1G. I think that this young lady clearly has shown her passion for what she wants to do and bring to the school board. So I'm looking forward to having Shaniqua Lemon 1G on the ballot to be elected as a new commissioner for the Paterson Public Schools. In addition, I will continue to support Ocean Castillo, who's 2G, and Manny Martinez, who is 4G. 1 to 4 is who I am supporting, and all those. It's really nice when I get text messages from constituents to say that they like to support the candidates that I support. So in addition, you know, I want to thank my council colleagues. Today was a little tough. I wasn't feeling well. But then after I was back there, you know, I was gone for like 40 minutes trying to get back in. So I want to, just for those that didn't understand why I wasn't here, there was an item that clearly I had to recuse myself. I want to thank God, because He's changing my life every single day. I'm working on me. And with that said, I wanted to just put that out there. It's feeling great to be in the house of worship on Sundays and Wednesdays in class. And this month, it's all about letting it go. So with that said, good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The regular meeting of October 26, 2021 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.